Man, if God hasn't been good today. Wait, why'd I just click that? Am I dumb? Oops. Why'd I click that? Alright, so let's go over everything that's happened today, right? First things first, I woke up with, what is it? I woke up after sleeping for like 6 hours and realized that I turned off my clicker thing to keep my tabs open while I AFK'd overnight, so I just had my PC on for nothing. And so that's already, I'm like, okay, great. Then I'm like, oh shit, I need to go, what is it? I need to go, to the bank. Because if you don't know what happened yesterday, hold on. Yeah, I did. Maybe for a dumb reason, but if I want to join a top clan, I bought boost for Breakable's Mastery. Because I needed that. I also bought some for Pet Mastery and Key Mastery. That's about it. I'm gonna eventually start doing these. Or the, actually no, I'm gonna start, if I get enough coins again, I'm gonna max this out. But, so that happened, and then I'm like, oh shit, I gotta go to the bank. Because if you don't know, I got scammed yesterday. Or my friend got scammed yesterday. He was trying to buy, he wasn't trying to buy IRL shit on PetSim. He would never. And, so he did that, and the guy scammed him out of $75, so I just went to my bank and said I lost my card. Or I got hacked. So they gave me a new card, and I'm getting my money back. But before that, I got a piece of mail that from my stepmom, and it reads, "Notice of failure to come to commend with terms of citation. You have failed to respond to the citation described in this notice." I'm like, huh. Okay. Sure. So then I look up, and it said date of violation 2/10/24. I'm like, huh. I know my town's like expanding, but I don't think we have those speed things that like catch your speed limit when you aren't, like, when there's no officer, you know, like those cameras. I'm like, I don't think we got those yet. It said my trial date was the 1st of April, so I thought it was fake at first. And then it said failure to maintain proof of insurance. I'm like, what? No, those cameras that can detect if you're speeding. That's what I mean. And so then I look at it, and it has my license number. It has all that. But then I go to look at the car. It says 2006 Nissan Murano. I have never owned a 2006 Nissan. So I'm like, huh. Okay. And so I ended up calling my, I ended up calling the department of, or traffic court, that is. I ended up calling them, and I'm like, hey man, what's up with this? They were like, oh yeah, you have a citation that you didn't pay. I'm like, Yeah. For what car? A 2006 Nissan Murano. I'm like, okay, I don't own one of those. So then I had to call the highway department, and they're like, huh, we'll give you a call later. I'm like, great, that's awesome. I can't wait. This is epic. So, my license is currently suspended, allegedly. And I love driving around for sure, yeah. How? Because apparently a ticket or whatever that my sister got was, or is, it said that I did it, like a citation. I own a 93 Honda Civic. So I'm like, huh. And it's also funny too, because the previous car I had was a 2006, but it was a Kia Rio. I'm like, huh. Because it also said my license plate was from North Carolina. I'm like, I've never lived in North Carolina, but I know some people that have. So I'm like, okay, this is awesome. Ah, this is truly epic. So now, because the other case scenario in my head is I saw that it was filed on 2/16/2024, right? The citation notice? That was the date. Yeah, I know. It's load. My game's loading. So I'm like, okay, cool. If you don't remember, 2/16 was the day my sister tried to unalive me. So in my head, I just thought, no way. These guys came to my house after my sister tried to end me and looked at my license plate and gave me a ticket. I'm like, I don't believe that. There is no way in hell they did that. I refuse to believe those people did that. Because in my head, I'm like, if they did that, they got bigger problems that's about to happen. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm a J on my dick in your mama. Shut up. Ah. Alright, I'm gonna continue doing the index, because I need to... Oh, it's not suspended anymore, retard, but thanks, I appreciate it. Stupid. You thought you cooked there, that's crazy. God damn it, why'd I do that? And also, even you saying that, why would that stop me from driving? I'm just gonna pray to God every time I drive. How do I do more hype damage? Get good. I love playing pets. We're gonna beat you with hammers today, Flotino. We're beating you and ET with hammers. Well, it was a good run. It was a good run. Great, now I gotta go into... Apparently that word isn't filtered. Like, what the fuck is his problem? The F slur! Like, straight up typed it. No, he literally put F-A-G-G-O-T-S. I don't know in what world that he thought I was gonna let that fly. The fact it's not filtered anyway is crazy. Yeah, because they say it about you behind your back because you're gay. Yes, good. Actually, I'm gonna go back to Void World. I'm gonna rank up my alt. Need to do that anyway. There we go. Yeah, he said he's been at your house for 3 months. I just saw him. Just caught up with him. Hello, Tino. Who are you from Twitch? Because you said beat me with hammers, and I feel like you're from my old... You were from Twitch. Who are you? If that's Pricks, then I gotta ban you too, Nibo, for knowing that he was here. Ban evading. I'm doing good. How are you doing? Very good day. Nothing bad happened. Oh wait, make rainbow. Alright, you don't gotta tell me who you are, but you can confirm you were from my Twitch streams. Oh, why am I hurting? Alright, so we already know you're gay then. What was your name on Twitch? I eat kids. Wow, retards think alike. My name has a name? What does that mean? Fake Grig. Oh, I do remember you. Okay. No, because he actually speaks decent. Piñata. Nah, Jerry Roon fell off. We don't care about him. Or at least I don't personally give a shit about him. Leave me the fuck alone. What happened? Dog, I don't know. I shit talked him for fucking 2 months. He watched me for 2 straight months. He literally, in my stream, he has 500 hours watch time. And then one day he just stopped watching. No, but you're just gay in general, so. What is it with teenage straight boys and being gayer than gay men? How can one person be as cute as you? Because, you know what? Fuck y'all. Where'd I get pinged in? Announcements. Oh, speaking of Skippity, give me 1 second, bitches. I'm about to ruin y'all's day. Yeah, I'm glad you said that. By the way, what I'm about to show you, I have to say, this is 100% legit. I hope y'all haven't seen this, because that's going to make it 10 times funnier. Hold on. This was on national TV.
Skibbity Biden.
Skibbity Biden. Skibbity, skibbity Biden. Skibbity Biden. Joe. Skibbity Biden. Hitler's language. Trump is using Hitler's language. Hitler's language. Trump is using Hitler's language. Skibbity.
Hope all your days are ruined now. Oh, you think I'm kidding? That was a legit clip from The Tonight Show with Stephen Colbert. What do you have saved on your computer? Just games. I don't have pictures. First off, let's get real. Why the fuck would anybody download porn? No. Out of everybody here, you will never get the aux, so you can just go ahead and hang that dream up, buddy. I have what on my computer? Good, I got lucky blocking. I don't have nothing. Why can't you type in pod commands? I don't know. Deserved, though. I'm under the rocks, fucking. I don't have history on my Discord server. What? First off, y'all think I give a shit about that Discord server? Literally the only reason I have it is because of y'all. I do not give a fuck about Discord like that. I literally have that. I have every server muted. No notification, nothing. I don't want to hear shit. Oh wait, yeah, give me a second. I'll check. I don't have any time or will to talk to women on Discord. I would, I don't give a shit. I'm autistic. I'm down to do what is it? I'm down to fucking fuck is it? I don't mind long distance dating. Like I don't need to filter members. Damn it, I gotta do this shit on... Can't do it on my phone? God damn it. Alright, let me check real quick. Server settings. It remembers. Enable monetization. Alright, recently... Alright. If I call your name, please come to the front. If you are here, come to the front of the class. Johnny, wait no. 999 Robin. Warius 000. No, I actually have taste in men I want to be with. I don't think you fit any of that. What do we think about... I mean, I'm just giving everybody the role. Somebody comes in special needs, I don't care. I'll just take them. No, I've never been fucked by a man. And if y'all keep asking questions like that, I'ma just end the stream. Need to remove this thing though. I really don't have anything. What the fuck? Or I have so many people that I haven't fucking... Perfect woman is literally any woman. I don't care. Alright, group decision. Do we add Cata50 God? Do we allow him in the server? Alright, first one was no. I'm not listening to Nibo anyway. There. Bunch of people got the follower role. Why not play Skyblock? Because I don't want to play Skyblock. I just don't want to play at the moment. Really no other reasons that's that, to be honest. Just I don't want to. What up, Gutierrez? Alright, I don't want to level this account up right now. I want to play on my other one. I want to open the chest. Actually, wait, hold on. How many chests? How many keys that this got? 15? Okay, that. What sold I eat? I don't fucking know. Something. Food. And are they just selling Titans? Or they got like a dick? What shan't I eat? Or retarded? Why the fuck would that be a command? I think what I'm gonna start doing is, what is it? Whenever I go to new areas and I have to unlock them or whatever, I think I'm gonna start just, what is it? I think I'm gonna just start using, those rainbow and shiny flags. That's probably gonna be best, to be honest. Wait, is it this one? Oh, damn it. There we go. I kind of want to do something that's dumb. I still want to do it. I want to open all these. I don't know. Fucking care about those. Whatever you're learning about. My Spanish chick said, "Papi, why'd you lying?" First of all, it's May, bitch. And no, he's wrong, Naibo. Why am I not getting tickets? Has anybody else noticed not getting tickets at all for the void? Oh, kill it, kill it, kill it. Kill it, kill it. I don't know why, I want to go through my prison keys today. Huh. You ain't typed. You definitely can't type in my Discord right now. What do you think, Naibo? I don't know why I have to keep doing this with you, Naibo, but why do you think that timed you out, Naibo? The what or the what, Naibo? I don't have a Discord. Gay news perpetrated by homosexual. But why do you think you're talking? Neither of those things, but now we're gonna add that too. So I appreciate it. I didn't even know what that was about, but appreciate you letting me know. Let me give you a little refresher. Why the fuck would you think it would be appropriate after I asked everyone, should we allow Cat 50 Gun in the server? Why would you at him? You know, that means I'm just not removing timeout. That's worse. That's probably the worst answer you probably could have said, right? You know that, right? Uh. I get a huge, I deserve it. So poor in this game. This guy in this video I'm listening to, if he says the shit that I already know, I'm gonna get pissed off. What the fuck is that? Do I need to look up enchants or something? Hold on. Where's the index? Sorry about that, I'm trying to figure this bullshit out. Enchants. Spawn an ore companion that fires balls at breakables. Increase strength of your shiny. Why the fuck would you have that? I eventually want to get one of these, but which ones have I not owned? leaderboards. Rudolph, untradeable. Oh. Top 10 players in the world. How the fuck do you get top 10? Thanks for the support? Fuck you. Double Rainbow redeem 5 merch codes. Oh, wait. Ooh. Wait, there's a rocket ship? Yo. That might be better. Wait, a helicopter? Oh my god. I need to see what those are about. Is there music even playing? What the fuck? And how do I get prison keys fast? I don't know if you just typed that or not, but this is my setup. I use this, 2 speed books, 2 treasure hunters, a critical, fruity, happy pets, super magnet. That's how I get. That's how I get them. Oh no, shit. Alright, bye-bye. Ah. Guess I'll just keep those right there. I want to open these crystal keys. Does hit the rank up or this getting better loot from the shit, so I want to peep it. What even are the base chances for the thing? Anyway, does anybody know? Why has this ossifer not? What's the pet called? The huge wizard Westie. It's a 1 in 1,000. Wait, what? Whoa. I think I have 5,000 keys. If I don't get one, I'm gonna be pissed. Wizard Westy, please. Wait, so 15% better chance. Hold on. 1,000 times 0.15. It's a 1 in... What? Wait, no. 1,000 divided by 0.15. Did I? 1,000 times 0.15. So it's a 1 in 850 chance for right now. I believe. Because I'm E80. I just want to start doing my, like, checklist. This is basically me trying to getting every die in the game. I want to get every huge in the game. I also hate the name for the huge Wizard Westy. You are gay. Hello. What? I'm gonna try to start going for every huge this game. Hey, no. Join my server. I'll do it with you. Yeah, join up on me. We'll do it together. Like, every attainable huge. Like how you can get a huge from this, you can get a huge from this. Like, the hardest one is probably going to be this one, I believe. But I eventually need to... Wait, hold on. Let me do something real quick. I'm gonna go buy mastery potions real quick. Yeah, I know that. Obviously, if he's getting that many an hour, of course he has it maxed. I'll probably buy 100 of these. Cause y'all gotta realize, I got a shit ton of fucking dye. I got a shit ton of what are those things? I got a shit ton of those exclusives on my alt account I still gotta sell. Let's see if my alt's dropped a huge yet. Nope. Mainly through pink? Yeah, I would assume so. You can't get them from the other one if I'm any others besides that and the mastery chest. Yeah, these are good prices, but damn. Oh, shout out to this guy. Oh wow, I didn't even realize that. I don't have money. 68. What do I want to get to? And put the rest in fishing. It's AI. Oh, well, now I gotta buy a couple more, because I can't leave it that ugly. Where the fuck did that guy go? Motherfucker. Where'd you go? Bastard. Hold on. Uh... So what's the pattern? Oh. I mean, I could believe that. Yeah, see, everybody's like, this isn't Skyblock. Literally is. Oh, where the fuck you go? Do you go to the very bottom or what? Gutierrez, you gonna tell me, man? Let me guess, just dig straight down? Dig straight down on each of these? I'm confused. Like each individual one just mined down? Like this? Ah! Give me a second. I'm sorry. I've got to. I'm trying to find the smallest character. I'm gonna be a fly, fuck it. You ain't even online, fuck you. Good. Good. What I needed. He's just a baby, though. Look at him. This is perfect. See what I mean? I needed a smaller character just to be able to see shit. This is absolutely perfect. How do we do that? Both leave? Or what? Wow, it doesn't reset. Oh well. My Titanic? I ain't got bread like that. I spent my money smart on just a bunch of shitty huges. I don't need no Titanic. Yeah, 50 Titanic value? What the fuck does that mean? That's man. I think it would probably be better if you went to a different lobby. Gutierrez. Just so we could have our own and not keep going on top of each other. See, I'm playing Minecraft. Look, Leah, or Gennaro. Minecraft. I'm going powder mining. playing Minecraft. I am, look, I'm powder mining. Oh my glorb, look how much powder I'm getting. It is. It's one of the perks. I don't know how long it lasts, but... they only gave this texture pack to the top 10 streamers that should be unbanned from Twitch, I think. Something like that. Well, I was gonna say the sexiest probably, but I got the LGBTQ pit or shovel. How long do you have to dig to get Mastery 99? Wait, what the fuck? I just realized that just now. How fucking long? It is. It has a chance to turn LGBTQ, and it makes it where it's faster. Oh wait. Oh, I only need to look forward. Never mind. Oh, I lost my gay shovel. So why does he not do this in the advanced digging site, by the way? Yay, gay shovel. What? Motherfucker. God damn it. I just don't understand why he doesn't do it. I'm gonna go to the advanced digging site. Yeah, 99 is 50%, so. But I don't know. I wouldn't do it for this. Hell no. Better get your other masteries up first before spend that type of money on that stupid ass shit. Alright. Enjoy your food. wait, no, wrong thing. YouTube. Give me a second. Um, Elden Ring is an excellent disappointment. What? Hold on, I wanna watch this guy. Home. Where's his, like, worst? Okay, so I wanna watch this video while doing this, cause I've seen a couple of these clips on TikTok, and they are atrocious. Like, this guy, he reviews games, right? He does video game. Oh wait, whoops. Not that. He does video game reviews, but he's one of those people that keep talking about how video games are woke because they ask for your pronouns. And in this, actually, first, this is the video I saw on TikTok. I've got to see this. Oh, whoops. The thing muted. I can't wait to see this. This is gonna go sicko.
2022 is finally over, and so it's time to look at the best and worst games of this year. And to the surprise of absolutely no one, it's been yet another mediocre year in video games. Yes, I'm sure you're all thinking of
I was about to say, wasn't Elden Ring in 2022?
one game in particular that we all enjoyed, but listen, I grew up in a time where there were several great games that released.
Oh, brother. Here we fucking go. Didn't the new Zelda game come out that year too?
Every year. And this year I really struggled. I had to play a lot of games to actually come up with 5 real recommendations for you. As for the 5 worst games, this might have been my easiest list to make yet. But before I go off on a tangent, in the beginning of the video, let's go over the rules really quick. It's the same exact rules as last year with a slight tweak. First of all, the game has to have released in 2022. Seems pretty obvious, but as an addendum to that, no early access games, but if an early access game released fully this year, it does count as a current year release. Second rule, no remasters or faithful graphical remakes. Reimaginings are allowed, which, to briefly explain what a reimagining is, it's basically an old game remade in a new gameplay style, like the new versions of Resident Evil 2 and 3 and Final Fantasy 7. And the final rule, I must have played it. And so if you're familiar with this channel, it should come as no shock that I'm starting with the 5 worst games. Let's be honest, that's why most of you are here. And just like last year, I want to emphasize that I don't go out of my way to play bad games most of the time. Otherwise, this list would be dominated by indie games that no one's ever heard of, and in my opinion, that's just incredibly boring and pointless. I would rather shit on the AAA industry, as I have for basically the entire history of my channel. So don't think of this list as the 5 objectively worst games that released this year. Of course it's not. It's more like a list of the most disappointing games or the most bland, repetitive, lazy sequels, and of course the games with the most political propaganda.
Oh, here we go, y'all. Y'all ready for this? Let's see what games are political propaganda. Boy, I can't wait. Let's see what political shit happen.
So if you don't like it, fuck off. Without further ado...
Yeah, frick off. If you're a sissy SJW lib shart.
Here's the best and worst games of 2022.
It's just like a stupid summer fling. What else did I think was gonna happen?
Let's see. Love stability. That kind of the ballpark? Oh shit, I'm sorry. That was Ryan and me. Let me see. Ah, here it is. Yours just says Roadhead. Oh, actually, that's just a generic all-men list.
Huh. That seems legit.
We're killing her first. And we're starting this list off strong with a game I'm sure most of you forgot even exists. The Quarry. It's essentially Until Dawn, but bad. Despite the fact that Until Dawn had a very generic story and was pretty formulaic, it was obviously self-aware to a point. It seems like every game afterward that these devs have made is completely lacking that charm, and The Quarry is no exception. And so, of course, just like last time, you take control of a series of young adults who are camp counselors, and so right after the summer has ended and they're about to head home, of course, they get trapped here and have to survive a single night. And the monster of the week this time is a bunch of hillbilly werewolves. You've already played this before, and the worst part is, it's worse in every single way to Until Dawn. Unlike the Dark Pictures anthology games, which were on the shorter side, this one is about the same length as Until Dawn, and feels a bit higher budget than those anthology games. But none of the budget was spent on writers, clearly, because almost every fucking character is unlikable, to the point where my chat latched onto Jacob, or as my chat likes to call him, Kyle.
Can I laugh at that? I think it's kind of funny, but I know his chat's racist as shit, so.
I'm sure the resemblance is purely a coincidence, especially since this game desperately wants you to hate this guy. And because the first act is so boring, we decided to do a fuckface run, essentially trying to kill every character except Jacob, by doing literally nothing when the QuickTime events pop up. And guess what? Not only does Jacob have the most opportunities to die, but despite quite literally putting the controller down during the QuickTime events, a lot of the characters still don't die. You have to make very specific decisions for all the characters to be able to die, instead of just being turned into a werewolf. And the pacing in this game is just fucking awful. It's literally like 2 hours in before any of the characters even can die. Also, it's yet another female empowerment story.
Oh, brother, here we fucking go. Here we go, man. These liberal SJWs think women. I hate women.
Where pretty much every badass character is female, all the men...
Dude, why do you not get women, dude? Do they not like when you call them females? What happened? Those dumb bitches should love you, man.
and are pathetic cucks, even when it makes
Oh, brother. Here we go.
literally no sense. Jacob's supposed to be the jock, yet he's a coward, and he's incompetent, and he doesn't know how to use a gun. This shit is a fucking joke. We're supposed to believe that fucking Sweet Life, yes, that's what I'm gonna call her, is the gun expert of the group and a badass and blah blah blah. You know,
Yeah, women can't shoot guns. They can cook dinner.
you've seen this shit. It's just modern writing. The game was obnoxious. It was boring. Nothing about it was interesting inherently. I actually had to rewatch my own recordings just to make this segment of the video because I just forgot basically everything. It's forgettable, it's bland, it sucks. Don't waste your time with this shit.
That boy of ours is everything I expected.
God of War? Oh, brother, I can't wait to see what fucking holes you're gonna put through God of War.
So clever, kind. You sure he's yours?
Oh my god, you know what I can't wait? Who's here, by the way? Who's still here? Just to check. Anybody? Oh well.
To quote myself, the worst thing a video game can be is boring, and God of War Ragnarok is one of the most boring fucking games I've ever played. Now, of course, a game being boring is subjective, but can you honestly tell me that you wanted to see 10 hours worth of cutscenes? Or brain-dead puzzles that involve just throwing your axe or blades at an object in the room?
Is that not what the first God of War game did? Like, am I losing my mind? Is that not what the first God of War game was? That's actually why I quit it, so I agree with them there.
And all of the story mandatory puzzles are spoon-fed to you step by step of the way, so you literally can't fuck it up? Or what about all the countless different forms of hidden loading screens that we've seen a million times? This game does not respect your time. There's no reason it had to be 25 hours given the amount of content that's in it. And then you have the
I hate when video games take time. I need TikTok game.
story itself, the thing that everyone praises about this game. I can't even believe people are putting this as their second favorite game of 2022. Gaming truly is fucking dead at this point. I legitimately don't understand why people think this is a great story. There was nothing about it that stood out. Honestly, it could have been a Marvel movie plot. In fact, the humor feels straight ripped out of any MCU film. The safe, bland, quirky Redditor tier shit that is inoffensive. And the plot.
Yeah, fuck Redditors. See, I'm a 4chan user. I'm intelligent. I already know he's a 4chan user because his fucking profile has just a bunch of videos with Pepe the Frog on the thumbnail. And while inherently Pepe was not originally used to be 4chan, they've clearly adopted it.
The plot itself felt like something Rian Johnson would have wrote, except without even any of the meaningful subversion that was the reason why people hated The Last Jedi, because honestly, the twists in this don't even fucking matter. Does it matter if Fenrir dies in the beginning to emotionally manipulate you if he just comes back? Does it matter that Kratos and Atreus aren't following the original prophecy if it turns out in the end of the story they were following a second prophecy after all? And most of the events from the original prophecy still fucking happen. None of the important characters die. Let's be honest, no one gave a fuck about Brock. Did anyone really feel anything from that scene? We were told at the end of God of War 2018 that Kratos was gonna die. And honestly, I don't care that they didn't kill him, but I do care that they didn't kill someone else important instead.
What? What type of complaint is that? I'm mad people didn't die.
Freya, the blatant Mary Sue, absolutely should have died, but obviously she's a writer favorite character.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, let's turn this one to a political statement. Fucking women. I hate women. I want big buff men in my game.
Bow to your queen!
So instead, how about you kill Atreus, who nobody actually likes, let's be honest. In fact, you're forced to play as him several times over the
Why does he want to kill a kid? What is his issue, man?
course of the story, and his gameplay fucking sucks. And we could talk about gameplay too. The one element of this game that's actually good, and guess what? Almost nobody who even likes this game praises the gameplay, which confirms my fucking theory at the end of the original video and many other videos I've made in the past, where games are not being made for gamers anymore. They're made for you normie casual fucks.
He is not saying this. Is anybody else here, like, legit? Is anybody here? Somebody please tell me I'm dreaming.
Who have shit taste. The only good element of it was the combat. And you're not even in combat the vast majority of the time. I wanted more combat because it was actually fun. If you actually liked games, you would want more combat. Because that's what games fucking are. The gameplay. They're an interactive experience. And yet, this is what you—
You're ruining my immersion! Holy shit, real egoms? It's not egom, is it? It's you, Cal. It is. Yep. Not Big Cal. Holy. These some good macros. What happened to your, what happened to that one mining macro? Where's that new one? Or where's that mining one that says, don't be a early game newbie. Yeah, mid game newbie like the manor.
You want. You want.
Oh my god, Cal. I'm glad you're here though. Dog, I want you to— You ready for this? This guy, he has really good takes on video games.
Likes this game, praises the gameplay, which confirms my fucking theory at the end of the original video and many other videos I've made in the past, where games are not being made for gamers anymore. They're made for you normie casual fucks who have shit taste.
What you think about that, Cal? My video games! He's a real 4channer. He's a real 4chan-channer.
The only good element of it was the combat. And you're not even in combat the vast majority.
Alright. But, at the end of the day, he's shit-talking God of War Ragnarok. And he complained that they didn't kill the woman or the child in the game.
Of the time. I wanted more combat because it was actually fun. If you actually liked games, you would want more combat because that's what games fucking are. The gameplay. They're an interactive experience. And yet, this is what you want. You want giant fucking movies instead. And then we have the woke
Oh boy, here we go, Cal. You ready for this one, baby? You ready for this? Holy shit. The woke garbage in God of War
factor. You want to tell me that it's not woke to put 3 black characters in Norse mythology?
Okay, so he made a review or like his take on the new Assassin's Creed. I can't wait to see that after this video. I hate black people in my video games and also real life. 4chan for life.
Again, from the whitest place on the planet. If this was any other medium, you would have called it out as woke immediately.
No. Who cares? It's a video game. Does he not realize this isn't real? Like, if it makes you that mad, don't play it. Like, do you not like woke garbage? Who fucking cares? Like, do you not see what you do in the game? You're Kratos. You're throwing an axe that comes back to you immediately. Like,
There's even a gay side quest in this game. I overlooked it because I never played it. But yes, there's a side quest in God of War Ragnarok devoted to a real-life gay couple on the development team. You want to tell me it's not woke?
wait. Time out. What did that say? What did that say? Time out.
You want to look at the people... Real-life gay couple on the development...
Yes, I'm aware that one of the devs passed away and the quest is dedicated to him. That's irrelevant! The game was made for people with a clear agenda to push. Oh my fucking god! Oh my fucking... Yeah, this quest isn't dedicated to the guy that died. It's to the woke gay garbage. The woke gays.
Development team. You want to tell me it's not woke? You want to look at the people who made the fucking game, which we got to see at the Game Awards, and you want to tell me it's not fucking woke? Assuming you're all not lying, all this means to me is that the Overton window has shifted so far to the left that the only way a video game is going to be considered woke these days is if a trans black woman is f***ing a man in the on screen.
I will buy that video game. Where is that video game? Someone point me in the direction of that video game. I need that video game.
The only reason this isn't higher on the list is because at the end of the day, it's not in reality a bad game, but it is incredibly boring and insufferably woke.
I hate the woke garbage in my video games. I hate black people. Like, that's what I just want him to say. That he doesn't like black people. That's all he needs to say. None of this other bullshit that he's trying to pull off. Just say, I don't mess with people of color. Because that's all what he's saying right now. Like, you're gonna... Yeah. Wait, no. Let me look it up. No, it's made by Sony. But dog, it's just the whole thing, even with the new fucking, please quit saying that. Please quit saying that word. I hate that word. But, like, why is he mad? That's what he literally said. That's what he said in this review. So, you might have watched this video, I see. But, like, at the end of the day, I hate the fucking, like, whole pushed idea of woke in video games. Maybe it's about time that there was some representation. Instead of just only white people in video games. What, you angry about the fake, like, reality where this guy's actually real? Like, all his superpowers and everything we're cool with. And you aren't, like, the thing is, even with, like, the new Assassin's Creed, you are not gonna tell me that all these people complain about it have the biggest history of fucking samurai. Yeah, I have a white friend. It's fine. I'm not homophobic. I'm straight.
Your sacred cave. There's something.
Oh, let's hear about. Oh, I can't wait to hear his opinion about a woman-led game. Where's all the jacked gay men at? Gamers are oppressed. They're the most oppressed race.
Inside I need. If I can get it, it will
Zoe
help.
and the Nora have spread word of your story.
Look at this
And
dude.
what you want.
Wait till you see the.
We know of no.
Dog, are we using this? Dog, how you gonna complain about black people in video games and then use a black sound clip? That's not how that works. You can't do that, bud.
Spirit.
Oh yeah, 2 Sony exclusives made their way onto the worst game.
You wanna know what's funny about this game? I don't. Also, hello, Fut. Did you really? Did you cheat?
Games of the Year list. Yet another quickly forgotten game, Horizon Forbidden West. In theory, it should be a good game because it does improve on quite a few elements of the previous one. And I
How'd you
thought
get white?
Horizon Zero Dawn was an okay game. Yeah, I had quite a few issues with it, those issues being even worse in this game. We'll get to that in a second. But
Well-
the actual monster
Woke garbage. It's all woke. No women in video games. No people of color. Only white people. Those are the only people that existed ever.
hunting aspect, those mechanics have been expanded on. There's new weapons. Some of the weapons have more moves than last time.
Damn. Did you appeal it or try to get somebody to try to talk to somebody, or did you know it was IRL traded?
You have several different super buffs that you can swap between. The combat definitely has a little bit more depth to it. Now, compared to Monster Hunter, which it's obviously inspired by, it's still incredibly shallow. It's another generic Sony cinematic action game with that same close third-person camera, and you could even argue it's third-person shooting, even though it's done with a bow and harp.
Alright, nobody's gonna snitch here. Did you know it was IRL traded?
Harpoons and sticky bombs. It's still shooting. And yeah, look, I know a lot of people don't really like Monster Hunter because all there is to the game is the hunting, but between all the different weapon types, there's a lot of complexity
Yeah, do like everybody else. Be Iron Man. Fuck
there.
it.
You can spend 100 hours on one weapon
sorry to hear
and
that,
not
Bud.
have mastered it. In this, you just kind of shoot sticky bombs, trip wires, arrows at specific weak points, and that's about as complex as it gets. Yes, each different giant robot has a lot of specific quirks, some have unique debuffs, some of them have elemental weaknesses that completely trivialize the fight, which actually I don't think is a bad thing. And of course, the giant dinosaur ones can be a challenge.
Alright. What? Before we even continue, why do we think this guy doesn't like this game? He is praising the fuck out of it. But what about the game does he not like? What do we think?
Especially if you're under-leveled or under-equipped. But honestly, even with all this, I just don't think the combat is very engaging. It still feels a little bit too repetitive, too shallow. The enemies have too much health unless you have overpowered gear.
The enemies are hard. My video games. Dog, you were complaining about games not being for the real gamers, and you sounded like a non-gamer. You bitching about how much health it has? Bitch, if you don't kill it... Wait, what? Dumbass on about.
From later in the game, and I only played it about 20 hours before I got bored. And apparently the game is over 40 hours long for some reason, so there's no way I'm going back to finish it. And of course, the open world itself.
Wait. Time out. Time out. How are you gonna put a game in the worst games list, but you didn't even finish it? What? How are you gonna give a review of a game you didn't finish? How the fuck does that work? What? That makes no fucking sense. How are you gonna be like, this game sucks? I didn't finish it, why would I?
Itself is another generic Ubisoft style one with repetitive activities, climbing towers in the form of the Brontosaurus robots. It's all the same shit from the last game. They honestly did not improve the open world in any way. And that's about the best I can say about this game. Everything else was fucking horrible. Whether it's the writing, the character design, which the character design specifically is without a doubt the worst fucking element.
Why would he say that and then show a person of color?
This game is the ugliest game I've ever seen. I have never seen such a juxtaposition between the beauty of the
How many times do you think he had to redo that because he said the word wrong?
open world itself, which obviously all of the various art designers put a lot of effort into, but then the human models are some of the ugliest I've ever seen. It's literal dysgenics, because the humans of the past gave their ugly-ass, disgusting DNA to this AI that then made clones of them once Earth was inhabitable again, right? So honestly, this isn't even a complaint about the game being diverse, though it is kind of comically diverse, but more just the actual human models are hard to look at, including Aloy herself.
Oh, he's one of these people. He's complaining on Twitter whenever, what is it? Somebody that worked on a video game reduces how big a person's ass is in the game. Complaining about, I measure the butt circumference. Yo, chat, why'd they do this? I checked the butt circumference. Why is it smaller?
Which they purposely made more ugly, even resembling Nikocado Avocado, and adding peach fuzz on her face.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, women don't grow hair, guys. All women are all shaved. Fully. Women don't have to shave their face at all, ever. Nope. And also, since he wants to be that guy that's like so correct about all his shit, why the fuck would somebody in ancient times like this care about shaving their face? Why would they care? Like, did you not see the big-ass dinosaur robots they're fighting?
Because that's what we should do with more power on our consoles, right? Not to make the games better in any noticeable or significant way. No, to add peach fuzz on the main character's fucking face. What the hell happened to Guerrilla Games, man? I mean, sure, I'm not gonna pretend I was a huge Killzone fan, I'm really not. But anything would be better than this actual goy slop, dude.
Cal, I hope you're not here. Cal, I hope you're not here. I hope you're not here, Cal. I hope you didn't hear that. Hold on.
What happened to
Hold on. I want to wait for Cal to get here. Hold on. I kind of want to...
Guerrilla Games, man? I mean, sure, I'm not gonna pretend I was a huge Killzone fan, I'm really not. But anything would be better than this actual goy slop, dude.
Did you review this? Is this you, Cal? Is this you, Cal? Is this your secret YouTube account?
Dude. So you could say it's pretty petty to put this game this high on the list, given that it's probably okay at worst. But this game actually disgusted me at multiple points. And again, for once, it had nothing to do with politics, though I would argue that making art purposely ugly is absolutely a political statement. But even if it is,
What?
by your subjective
Why is he checking out characters on attractiveness? Like,
definition, it honestly offended me. It really did.
You triggered liberal? Lip shart? You triggered liberal? It offended you? You need a safe space? Retard?
I hope this franchise fucking dies. It's bland, it's generic, it really has nothing going for it. The best thing I can say about it is that the combat is okay, and Aloy is not insufferable as a female protagonist, unlike many other modern games. But that's about where my praise ends. It's $100 million garbage. Well, shit, it's literally pitch black. I can't see. Good thing I don't need to see, because you just hold left, hold right, hold left, hold right, hold left, or hold right, hold left, hold right, hold left. Fuck this shitty ass combat. Oh my god. Number 2 shouldn't come as a shock to anyone, as this wound is still fresh.
Wait,
the
what?
Callisto Protocol is absolutely a disappointment in every sense of the word. Despite my expectations for modern games lowering more and more in recent years, somehow this game failed to meet pretty much any of them. The combat sucks. It's not scary. There's barely any story to speak of. The level design is bland. Pretty much the only thing going for it is its visual style, and even that feels half-baked, as the enemies look so generic compared to Dead Space. Honestly, I could focus this entire section on just the combat, and you would understand why it's this high on the list, because it's mobile game tier basic shit. You
Your friend, huh?
dodge left, then you dodge right, then you dodge left again, and there's no timing factor to it. You just hold a direction when the enemies attack. And then after you've dodged their combo, you just
Is your
swing
friend
your
Big
baton
Cal?
a few times, maybe shoot them once or twice, and then you repeat it again. Except when you realize that Kinesis is incredibly overpowered and allows you to instantly kill enemies with very little effort. And there's only like 4 fucking enemy types for the majority of the game. As for the horror, there's just no subtlety to it whatsoever, and again, just like I said in the review, Dead Space obviously is not very subtle either, but at least some of the encounters had some tension to them, the enemies looked scary. This game is constantly breaking my immersion with the goofy dodge and the random meat grinders everywhere, and the jump scares. There's so many fucking shitty jump scares in this game. They literally have a jump scare enemy. This game truly belongs on the worst games list, because it legitimately is not good in any way. It feels like this game should have been a walking simulator or something. The combat just feels like such an afterthought. And when you do so much combat, that is seriously a problem. With God of War Ragnarok and Horizon, I could ignore some of the game's bigger flaws because the combat was fine, at least. Even though this game doesn't feel like it has any political propaganda, other than the typical female character is a badass type of thing, which barely even registers on the woke radar at this point.
Woke? I don't even want to tell you who this is. Because you actually going to start watching him and agree with him, and then I'm going to have to block you. He's just owning the libs, dude. These dumb liberals hate but put women in video games. I don't get women.
None of that even matters because the game isn't fun to...
Like, does he not realize how much of a soy boy he sounds when he says that? Like, is he really that, like, does he not realize he sounds like a dork saying that?
Play. At times, it's even boring. They made a horror game boring. How the fuck do you manage that? Not to mention the game isn't even finished. It doesn't have New Game Plus. That's a free update in February. So yeah, stay far the fuck away from this one. Do not purchase it even on a sale. It absolutely sucks. Now, before I get to the worst game of the year, let's talk about a few dishonorable mentions, as I played a lot of mediocre games this year. So, here's 3 more games you absolutely should avoid. The first game is Postal 4, which I very nearly put as number 5 on this list, as this game feels like a neutered Reddit humor version of Postal 2. It's lacking all of the charm and edgy humor.
Griffin Gaming? Oh boy, I can't wait to see another one getting. Why does it not show it? Let me look up Griffin Gaming. Modern Sloth. I can't wait to see this guy's video on what is it? I can't wait to see this guy's opinion on the new Assassin's Creed game. I'm sure it's definitely going to be full of actual research and not just racism.
Somehow the gunplay feels even worse than a game that came out 20 years ago. Figure that shit out. And the level design is beyond awful. The fucking sewer level, which is one of the first missions, by the way, is one of the most boring missions I think I've ever played in any FPS. Not to mention the game was fully released from early access before it was actually finished. It was still a buggy, unoptimized piece of shit, and it was missing all sorts of features that were in Postal 2. Now, I've heard they patched in most of that content and the game runs okay now, but honestly, it doesn't really matter. This game will not stand the test of time. It will be.
I also thought it was funny when he was talking about Horizon Zero Dawn as well. He was shit talking obviously, and then he said, "I only got 20 hours in this game, and then just quit playing it. I didn't even finish it." Then how the fuck are you gonna give your opinion on the game? You didn't play it. You did half of the.
Be forever known as the inferior Postal 2. The second dishonorable mention is for the Resident Evil Village DLC. You get to play as Rosemary Winters in the future, and she's a teenage girl, and she needs to dive inside Kingdom Hearts or some shit. It was fucking stupid. This did not fit Resident Evil in any way. And it's basically one giant asset flip. It's all the same areas from Village. Not to mention it's completely pointless anyway. It just ends with you defeating Mother Miranda.
Well, it's a 40-hour game. It's about 40 hours to fully complete the game, which I would presume a video game reviewer would do. But he said, I got 20 hours in and I got bored. I'm like, then you didn't review it. Why are you giving a review? You didn't even finish it.
Miranda again, and Rosemary gets to see her father one last time. This was just a cash grab from Capcom, a way to neatly wrap up any loose ends from the Ethan Winters saga. It was absolutely a waste of my time and money. And the final dishonorable mention is Stray. Why? Because I fucking hate cats, and I hate walking simulators. I don't need another reason, that's good enough.
If you want a $300 waffle maker, you can buy with the exposure the idols pay you in. Don't expect us to chip in.
I've told you before, the idols are trying to build a post-capitalist society where money is not a concept.
Yeah? Then why don't you go...
He don't like pussy, man. He clearly hates women. He likes dick. Which is fine. I mean, I have gay friends. I won't judge him. but he seems to very much hate women being in video games. He wants to see a big, strong man in all his games.
He'll run off and
See, is he gonna talk bad about Saints Row like it should, or is he gonna talk about the woke garbage in it? Place your bets.
I'm into showering. Are you gonna help me get the waffle maker or not?
As an investor, I don't like wasting money.
You're wearing a fucking bow tie.
Okay, I will throw in $20 for a waffle maker.
Mina?
Good for 10?
Who helped you move your forged paintings last month?
Fine, 15.
What sort of waffle maker can I get for $35?
Presumably one that makes fucking waffles?
Hey, the wage slave is back.
How was your first day? Were the other mercenaries nice to you?
You fucks. And to the shock of absolutely nobody, number 1 is Saints Row, or Saints Woke.
Saints woke? What up, fire?
As everyone has come to call it. This game is bad in pretty much every single way a video game can be bad. I don't even know where to begin with this. The gameplay is bad, the sandbox is bad, the story is bad, the characters are bad. It's all bad, dude. And the worst part is, it isn't a case of, oh, it's so bad it's good. No, it's boring as shit. It's not even as woke as people have led you to believe. It's actually woke in the bland Reddit sense of the word, where you have this highly diverse cast of characters and quirky gender-neutral dialogue, and basically there's just no distinction between the genders or race or any of that shit.
What? How's that an issue? Like, who fucking cares?
Basically just...
Do you know how much of a soy boy you have to be to purposely look out for pronouns and dialogue the entire fucking time? But that's been my, I got Mastery 99 breakable, so I bought a bunch of Mastery pots.
Doesn't call attention to any differences between people. We're all one bland, homogenized human race. And I know that sounds very vague, but let's just say if you're expecting there to be communist propaganda in this, or weird racial supremacy stuff, or gender supremacy stuff, no, as far as I know, they don't touch that shit with a 10-foot pole. It's just kind of this quirky, bland Reddit humor shit that I keep talking about.
How do you get Reddit keys? You just gotta farm at the prison. You can farm anywhere, but in the prison, the very last area, that's the best place.
Over and over again. And this might actually be the least funny game ever written. And it kind of goes without saying, but this might actually be the worst reboot of all time as well. How do you go from a group of gangsters slowly taking over a city, dealing with other rival gangs, getting in shootouts, and still having an edgy sense of humor to things, to now a bunch of broke college students who get into crime to pay off their fucking student loans? And even the crimes themselves that you commit, the criminal ventures you get into, don't make any fucking sense. Like stealing toxic waste barrels from another company to dispose of them humanely. Who is paying you? How are you making money off of that? It doesn't make any fucking sense. And as you would probably expect, the gameplay is another generic, horrible third-person shooter where enemies have inflated health bars, requiring multiple headshots even on normal difficulty. You now have a skill tree system instead of actually being able to throw a fucking grenade. Even having a sniper rifle is a super ability. And the sandbox is beyond horrible with a bunch of repetitive Ubisoft-style activities. Actually, probably worse than any Ubisoft game that's at least released in the past 10 years. This game is truly bland and awful in every conceivable way. I wish it was more woke, because then it would be kind of funny in an ironic way. Because just imagine if, instead of this bland group of generic hipster stereotypes, you had a blatant communist Antifa member, or a white female far leftist who cancels people on Twitter, an incredibly masculine, tall, muscular trans woman. You know, you get the idea. Super edgy far left shit that is actually written seriously. That would be awesome. I would love that.
Holy flip, that would be awesome sauce. This one's going on the Reddit. This one's going on the 4chan boards.
Honestly. Instead, these fucking cowards write the most bland, generic, diverse group of people ever, when Saints Row 2 probably has the most diverse cast of almost any game, and nobody had a problem with it because the characters were great. This game fucking sucks. It truly deserves worst game of the year. We all knew it as soon as we saw the first trailer that this would be a fucking disaster. This game was so bad and sold so poorly that Volition has now been shut down and merged with Gearbox, and now has set a new low for the AAA industry and reboots, and pretty much any reasonable standards for video games. Now people can point at this game and say, well, at least it's not as bad as Saints Row. Now that I've talked about several terrible games, it's time to talk about at least a few decent ones. Like I said at the beginning of the video, it was...
Alright, I'm not whatever the fuck that is. Absolutely not. I gotta hear his really good opinion on Assassin's Creed. That's what I want to hear. I wanna hear what he he has to have a decent opinion on you know, the movie or the new Assassin's Creed game, right? Also, anybody with the Ryan Gosling profile picture, I just think is racist as fuck. I don't know what the deal with that is, but every racist person now has a Ryan Gosling profile picture.
How many years have people been asking for an Assassin's Creed game set in Japan? It's got to be at least 10. And so finally, when the franchise is at its weakest, and Ubisoft in general is probably going to go bankrupt in the next 5 years and likely be bought up by Microsoft, they finally pull out their ace in the hole, an Assassin's Creed game set in Japan, just like we all wanted. And of course, it stars a black man in feudal Japan. Now, this is where all the people who are trying to change the definition of woke come out and say, Yasuke was a real samurai from feudal Japan, and you're just a racist for not wanting to play as him. Well, first of all, Yasuke wasn't a samurai. He was a servant of...
And retainer. Retainer. Retainer.
Effectively a pet.
No, he was a retainer, aka he was a samurai. But he doesn't care about that. He just sees a black man and he's disgusted. Like, let's be fucking for real.
Of Oda Nobunaga. But whatever, it's not like Assassin's Creed was ever that historically accurate. That's not the point. It was never the point. The point is, it's a game set in Japan. And instead of playing as a Japanese man saving his country from the evil Japanese Templars, but no, we play as the one notable black man from historical Japan. And you know...
Yeah. What the fuck's the problem? Who cares? Dog, you can play as a Japanese person. It's the woman, though. So they hate that, too, probably. Like, you can play as a Japanese person in the game. You don't have to play as him. You can play as a Japanese woman. But he's also gonna say that's, like, fake. There are no women ever in Japan.
Oh, exactly why. Oh, and of course, I can't forget to mention there's also a playable female protagonist.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
Who thankfully is Japanese, but unfortunately has a wide face and a man jaw.
Is he transvestigating the fucking... the woman? Do you know how much of a soy boy you have to be to look at skull shapes? What the fuck?
Of course, we couldn't have a woman with feminine features because that would be transphobic. You think I'm joking? I'm not. Now look, I'm not gonna act like I'm super shocked because now several Assassin's Creed games have had female protagonists, but I really think it's the icing on the cake in this whole shit.
See, my thing is like, you should fucking shit talk Ubisoft for it being Ubisoft, but they always gotta find a way to bring, like, being mad about playing as a woman or be mad playing as a black person.
Show. But no, that's not woke.
Like, literally, you can play as the woman. She's Japanese. But that wasn't good enough. He's like, oh, she looks like a man. It's like, what if a woman actually looks like that? Like, you think they just randomly just made a woman and, like, morphed her with a man?
Apparently, woke only means contrived forced diversity. You do realize that is a completely subjective and useless definition, right?
Yeah, it is subjective. Which is why I can say you're wrong, retard.
Since I was asked a bunch of times by tourists to this channel to define a woke, it's very simple. It's whatever ESG or Bridge is pushing, aka progressive leftist politics. That's what woke is. Woke is not some...
I guarantee he was one of the people that was mad. Matter of fact, I want to look. I guarantee he was one of the people that got mad about the game Wolfenstein because you had to kill Nazis.
Some arbitrary idea of what you're not okay with. There's this little thing called the Overton window. You have slowly been conditioned to accept more and more. I'm not going to use the term again that every centrist grifter fucking got triggered by. I'll just say miscegenation. Feel free to Google that. Apparently that doesn't count as woke, even if that's very obviously part of their agenda. There's a reason why it's in every goddamn commercial on...
Oh my god. He's talking about interracial couples. There is no fucking shot.
TV. It's in...
Is he... Can he just say he doesn't like race mixing and just, like, pull back that racist layer so we don't have to keep guessing? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about?
In every TV show. It's in every fucking movie. But no, that's not woke, according to fucking retards.
Kids, the guy is black and he's white, so he's talking about like, oh, it's race mixing and promoting race mixing.
But that's not even being woke.
So yes, if any of you were expecting a response video to the numerous replies to my Fallout reviews, or Moist Critical's little tidbit in his podcast, no, it would be completely pointless, and as entertaining as that video would be, it certainly would get this channel in trouble, to say the least. And look, I know I'm rambling about something completely unrelated to this Assassin's Creed trailer, but I do want to point out before we move on that there seems to be this narrative that I was the only guy who didn't like the Fallout show, when It's a Gundam's video on it has 250,000 views. So I wonder if Critical will have something to say about that. Somehow I doubt it. Why was my channel specifically targeted? Probably because I'm the only remotely popular chud gamer.
What does this man look like? This is the chud? The chud gamer? The guy that can't fully grow a beard and wears a beanie because he's balding? This is the chud? With action figures in the back? Whatever you say, dude. For sure.
On the internet at this point. And unfortunately, my review of the other 7 episodes got hit with an age restriction from mass reporting. Yes, there was a couple.
Mass reporting? I want to go listen. I want to watch it and see where he just says a bunch of stupid shit.
Full seconds of exposed titty in the video, but I don't think that's why I got age restricted.
Yo, I posted nude people in my review in the woke, but that's not the reason why I got age restricted. It's because of the woke.
Call me a schizo, but even after censoring it in YouTube's editor, my appeal got rejected. So, obviously something fishy was going on there. Regardless, my point of this little side tangent is just that even though the trailer appears to have a massive amount of dislikes, it's almost 50-50 according to the dislike extension, which I do want to point out that the dislike extension is not entirely accurate. It actually usually underreports dislikes, so it's probably even more than this. But I do want to say it's very clear to me, at least with the debate going on around a lot of adaptations or race swapping or interracial couples or replacement characters like Miles Morales, that people don't seem to understand where the line is with woke. Again, for normies who don't really give a flying fuck about the culture war and don't even understand that they're slowly being conditioned to accept worse and worse things I actually can't even say.
Dog, he is schizo. What the fuck is he on?
Say in a video, or this channel will probably get deleted. Again, I think you guys already know what I'm talking about, and by the time they realize, it will definitely be too late. I really think people have just become too stupid. I mean, honestly, if you just take away the woke element of the Fallout show, that show is just straight up retarded. The plot doesn't make any sense. There's a reason why even Mauler didn't like the show, okay? And yet normies ate that shit up, which is...
Can he quit saying normies? This is terrible. Hey, we get it. You use 4chan. You haven't been with a woman. We get it, man.
Why you have people like Critical defending it, because all they do is parrot the most popular opinion. And so the Fallout show is not woke, but this Assassin's Creed game is woke. I'm really starting to think that normies unironically think woke means thing with left-wing propaganda that I don't like. If they do like the thing, they will ignore all left-wing propaganda in it. Perfect example, Baldur's Gate 3, right? So the word has become effectively meaningless. I feel like for every tiny victory that quote-unquote our team, and I'm using that very loosely, okay? Our team doesn't exactly agree on a lot of shit, as I've learned over the past few years. But even the tiny victories we have made effectively are meaningless because the brainwashing is way too fucking strong. So no, I don't think this is any kind of victory that the average person hates this Assassin's Creed game, because they have no real principles. They do not stand for anything. Maybe if this released in 5 more years, they wouldn't give a flying fuck that Yasuke's black. Now, if you're wondering why this video isn't really talking about gameplay or thoughts on, like, the concept of the game, that's because it's just a CG trailer. There's not much to actually talk about. So might as well just talk politics. It's unfortunate that my gaming channel, and it has always primarily been a gaming channel, not a politics channel.
Yeah, that's because of you. Shut the fuck up about it then. Dumbass.
I unfortunately have to talk about politics in almost every single
You don't have to, man. You're just retarded. So you think you have to. Because you think that every studio is purposely thinking about your retarded ass and making their video game. Why would they make video First off, if it is doing it to appeal to, like, a different crowd, good. Why would they want to appeal to you when you're just gonna bitch and complain about every single thing in the game anyway? Like, what? Like, why would you appeal to someone that doesn't fucking care? and is just gonna bitch and complain about the game anyway. For being too woke or whatever.
Modern game review, because ESG, bridge, DEI, whatever is being shoved in.
DEI. Really going
To every major video game. And I know I'm just preaching to the choir, explaining the same things over and over again to explain where.
What area are you at?
Where ESG funding comes from, whether it's BlackRock or Vanguard. And I'm not even.
Dog, what are they talking about? What's your IGN? There you go. Those are pets from the best area in the game to help you out.
Actually allowed to talk about why they're funding these things in games, why they're pushing it, and I already know my fans know exactly why. So what's...
No problem. I got you. Did I roll anything? Nope. Of course I didn't. Need to trade with myself. Accept, yes. What do I need to give myself? Miscellaneous. I'm gonna give it that. Even that, give it that. That. Oh wait, no, not that. Forgot which account I'm on. E. Willikers. Give it that. 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 Books. Nah, not really. That's rewards. No. Okay, what am I gonna get? Great. I'll give myself this. Oh wait, hold on. Also need to give myself these. Cool. Alright, so this one, I'm gonna get this. Get that top part of the key. Get that, I guess. Take that. I'll take those wheel tickets. Take those spinny tickets. Take that key half. Potions. I'll give myself the coin potion. Oh, and I'll give myself back the supercar. Missing items. What? What? I guess I'll just do this instead. I'll just give myself all the bags, all the shit I need to sell. All the fruit. Hold on.
What's the point of saying it for tourists at the risk of banning my channel? There isn't one. And truth be told, am I all that outraged about this? Honestly, no. I mean, I do enjoy getting mad for these videos. It's actually pretty cathartic to yell into a microphone, believe it or not. And I actually saw the leak about this game's concept like a year ago, and even as far as Clown World has gone, I was slightly suspicious of it, but let's just say when there was a second leak less than a week ago, I wasn't all that surprised. And Assassin's Creed has been effectively dead to me since, like, probably Black Flag, so I really have no...
This is AC Rogue, which is just a reskin of Black, but with a great concept. Play as a Templar, but horrific.
Personal investment in the IP anymore. And look, I truly thought Assassin's Creed Mirage was just okay. It wasn't terrible. Yes, it did have some woke stuff in it, definitely.
Oh my god, I'm gonna hurt this guy. Dog, not everything. You see what I mean? Why the fuck would these people make video games for you? Why would they make video games with you in mind? Like, genuinely. When you're just gonna call it woke anyway and bitch and complain the whole fucking time. Why would they make shit for you? Like, seriously.
But gameplay-wise, it was a step in the right direction. But it definitely wasn't enough to get me interested in Assassin's Creed again. I don't think anything could. And this trailer just justifies that thought completely. I mean, truly, if you buy this game, you're helping kill the video game industry. There's not a doubt in my mind. There is no reason that this game should sell well. If it does, it truly tells you how cucked our modern...
Oh, I can't wait to hear his opinions on everything, man.
Society is. So yeah, I don't have a whole lot else to say about this. It's not like we had gameplay to work with. The only thing I can tell you to do is just keep voting with your wallet. Don't buy this slop no matter what. I mean, I might review it just to make an entertaining video, but sure as hell not a single one of my fans should spend any money on any Ubisoft game. And I mean any Ubisoft game. There's been rumors about Far Cry 7 and how it's going to have the Peaky Blinders guy as the villain, but who cares, man? It's Far Cry again. I don't care how good the trailer looks. Don't buy any Ubisoft game. Let them die. They're on their last legs. I might be a doomer, but I am not completely and utterly cynical to the point of being blinded. It's obvious that us not buying these games is having some effect on the industry. I seem to recall reading that BlackRock lost like $1 trillion on investments. That's an unimaginable amount of money. So it's obvious that if we just keep doing this, at the very least, they'll have to pull back a little. Now, somebody like me, I'm always going to read into the more subtle propaganda, no matter how much people think I'm reading into shit. I actually understand these things. They do not, which is clear from all of the backlash against my Fallout videos. So, trust me, I'm not gonna suck.
Yeah, you woke dumbass lib sharks. This guy's smarter than you. Because he browses 4chan. Where the real intelligent people go.
Suddenly become an optimist if this woke funding suddenly pulls out of the game industry, because we have to remember that a lot of the developers working for these modern AAA companies are also far leftists. Because of their mental illness, they genuinely think they're doing a good thing by spreading their ideology in art. So I think it's going to be a long battle in the years to come, but I think we are making a small amount of headway. So just no matter what, don't buy this slop. That's about it. See you next time, guys.
Wow, this guy don't shut the fuck up, huh? You guys say, I yap. Oh my fucking god, that guy. He needs to go to hell. That's all I know. He needs to die. That's all I know. He needs to die. That's all I know. Sorry, I'm just listing all this shit because I don't need it anymore. Damn, how many things can I list? Jesus Christ. Oh yeah. See what other stupid I got that I need to sell on this account. I don't think there's anything else, it's just literally this shit. Do I have any other really expensive pets or no? Nah, I don't think so. I'm gonna make some of my money back from this bullshit. Wait, do I not have a booth voucher? Oh shot, I don't. Wait, how many booth slots can you have? Hold on. Let me send some to myself. I have to have the max. I might be tripping though. Alright, give me a second, y'all. I'm gonna go make some coffee real quick. I'll be right back. Perfect time. Fuck you, Leah. back, y'all. Sorry about that. Yeah. Time to put this fucking protein powder in. Mixing my protein powder and my coffee. Give me 1 second, lads and dumb bitch Leah. Alright. How much of my shit is sold? Nothing else. Yay. Let me do this. Need to check. Can I? It's gotta be more than. Yeah. I'm gonna say it's gotta be like 30 or something. 20 or 25. Okay, it is 25. Bet. Need to list more bullshit. And then one more right there. 2.75 mil. Alright, I got a bunch of my exclusives up for sale right now. Time to go back to mining. Ah! There's no difference between pets except for rarity. So like, you're gonna deal the same damage with a Hell Rock or like a supercomputer as you are with like the rarest huge in the game. It's just that I believe Golden gives you a 20% extra damage boost. Rainbow, I think, gives you 70 or 90, and Shiny gives you like 90 something. Probably those. Hellrock or supercomputer. Yeah, huges are expensive. For no reason, it seems like. Yay. Why no reason? I don't know. Cause see, I bought most of my huges for like 16 mil per. So I've been playing since January, and this came out in, if I'm not mistaken, this came out in... Oh, when did it come out? December. So, generally, it's, I'm like, I don't know, I don't know. It just seems like they shot up way so much. Like, I have 2 books I bought for 200 mil per, so 400 mil. Those books are now worth 4 billion coins. Or diamonds. But for you, what I would suggest though, even though you have those are good, keep them. I wouldn't go for rank or golden or rainbows right now. I would just go for huges in general. And the rest of the shit, I would buy exclusive pets for the time being. Whenever you get gems. Well, if you think of it that way, I could tell you I've tested it and know it's good. You need an empty bucket. I have an empty bucket. I have like 15 of them. But also, you gotta realize your strongest pet. Well, that's what I was also gonna tell him, Bonkulus. Fire. You know, like I said, the lowest is 85%. If you can find 85% exclusives that are golden, that makes them 105 times, 105% better than your strongest pet. So if you can find those, that will be best. What does it mean I need a bucket? Did I not just get like 50 fucking buckets? Am I losing my mind? Or did it use all of mine? I swear I've been picking up buckets. Yeah, but the thing is as well, you gotta realize, you gotta think of it this way as well. You, it might be not as good but that's why you get a really, really good pet. Like, the ones I sent you, they aren't the best. The best are the rainbow corgis, and those have 0.6 billion or whatever trillion more damage than the other one. Why would there be a Dulker command while I'm playing Roblox, man? Why the fuck would you think that, Don? Know what they say about assuming, it makes an ass out of you and me. Nah, SoupyBot doesn't work on YouTube. I'm not lazy, I'm just resourceful with my time, and I don't want to spend my time dealing with commands. Or I don't even know how to set up commands on YouTube, and I don't want to learn. I'm lazy. Yeah. Oh wait, I meant to look at this. What does the next level give me anyway? 20% more diamonds. Small chance. 1.5% chance. Okay, cool. Gives me a better chance to get a rainbow shovel. What the fuck? I want to check something. 15261. Yeah, that's what I figured. That opening those chests didn't give XP. I just had to make sure. GG. Desert. Cheaters get banned. Good riddance, El Bozo. Cheaters get banned. God damn it, I didn't mean to do that. Do. Do. Wait, I'm actually curious. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Bet. Yeah, you gotta be in the final area, the part of the game. Yeah. I've noticed a lot of... I mean, you aren't missing anything, let me tell you that. You're not really missing anything. What's your IGN? I got you with some pets. There you go. Those should help. Not a problem, my man. Do, 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 do. Yeah, man, don't let me know when you're gonna do that. Thank you. Yeah, I don't mind helping people as long as they don't first come in here and ask for shit immediately, which a lot of kids do. They'll join stream and be like, give me a huge. I'm like, how'd you think that was gonna go? What, you thought I was gonna be like, okay. You know what I'm gonna start doing actually? I'm gonna be a dickhead. Whenever kids start coming in here. Oh my god, that's what I'm gonna start. I ain't no kid. I'm not either. You know what I'm gonna start doing though, mobbed? You know what I'm gonna do? Anytime a kid comes in here asking for shit like that, I'm gonna just tell them they gotta go like every single one of my videos and comment on every single one. And I'll give them a huge and then just ban them after. Personally to me, it feels rude. That's why I don't like it. I don't mind giving people shit. Like, I've helped out every single person that basically has joined my stream. It's been cool. I'm not gonna help you if you just come in asking for shit, because at that point, how do I know you ain't just gonna leave? Oh yeah, it's no problem. I mean, if it wasn't me, it would be somebody else in a public lobby, because I remember when I first started Pet Sim X, a random dude just came up to me and gave me the best pet in the game. I didn't even ask him. Like, a lot of people will help you out, because like the pet I gave you does nothing for me, but I get a shit ton of them. But obviously it helps you out, so. I appreciate it, my man. You need to hit 500 subs so I can start playing ads, but it doesn't matter because everybody uses an ad blocker. Actually, no, it wouldn't even be that. At 500 subs, you'd be able to buy a membership. Oh, is that? Welcome back. Also appreciate you subscribing. Do you not have an ad blocker? Because, like, if since you're new here, you don't know this, I used to be on Twitch. I'm not permabanned, but I'm indefinitely suspended. And I had like 2.3 thousand followers, right? And, what is it? I don't. I just don't like I have an ad blocker. That's why I don't get on anybody that uses an ad blocker. No, I called somebody a baguette with a PHA at the beginning. It was deserved, but I like men as well as women, so it is kind of weird in that sense. But like I said, it was just a dumb decision by me. I regret it, but what can you do? But no, like I said, I use an ad blocker. I openly say that. So I don't think I could ever get mad at somebody else for using an ad blocker watching me. No, it was also another gay man. Well, I'm bi, but he's fully gay. He deserved it. Nah, I've made too many enemies on that app. Cause I didn't originally play this game. The main game I play, or did play, I might go back later, but it was Hypixel Skyblock. So, and honestly, I wouldn't have been that nice. Do I not play Skype? I'm taking a break. My aunt got in a head-on collision with another car, and everybody in both vehicles passed away. And so I kind of didn't want to play Skyblock because of the fact of like you gotta hard focus and grind up on there and like really focus on the game. Whereas this one you could literally just like essentially AFK in a sense. But I did. I would never. I appreciate it, my man. I'm really glad you still watch me, by the way, Fire, because I think you were in my first like 50 followers on Twitch. So I very much appreciate you. I like you more than Mobbed, especially. Yeah, you followed me on the first day, because I remember you used to be in my stream nearly every day. And then I assume you... What, did you have, shit with school or something? Of course I have favoritism. These people have seen all the bullshit I've been up to and have gotten into. They still fuck with me, so I fuck with them. Speaking of which, I was thinking about doing... Let me know what y'all think. I was thinking of doing a, thing Because I think if I ever do, like, continue, like, growing as a YouTube person, I think it'd be funny to look back on. But I was thinking about doing, oh, okay. That's what's up. But I was thinking about doing a thing where basically I would make a thank you video for every 100 followers or subs I get on YouTube. Like, I'd record a 10-minute video, right? And for every 100 followers, I'd release a video thanking people. But the thing is, I only add 1 second for every 100 followers. So like, if I start a video in the first 10 seconds, like, thank you guys for all the subscribers. I appreciate it so much. Insert number here for the amount of subscribers I have. I very much appreciate it. But the video would just be like, hey guys, I want to appreciate... I don't know if that'd be corny or that'd be funny. Oh good, finally. I should have promoted my, now that I think about it later, I should have promoted my best way to make diamonds in the game. Shit. Literally just grind. Like, keep trying to get to the next area, so on and so forth. You might not want to hear this, but buy a lot of the fucking game passes. Hey, I've said this since I've started streaming this game here. I don't mind it is because even though obviously microtransaction, blah, 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 you know, whatever. That's what happened with me. Not only that, I bought every Game Pass for 2 accounts. And then I was just like, I don't want to do anything anymore. But see, this one's got me hooked. But what I was saying to you, Void, the reason I don't mind it as much is because they basically let you know, like, it's not a secret. Like, they're basically telling you to your face, hey, this is pay to win. Take it or leave it. Like, it's not even like a subtle thing. Like, Hypixel Skyblock has cookies, booster cookies you can buy. Like, shit like that. This game is like, oh, if you want to get better, you gotta pay. Sorry. Like, even though it shouldn't be accepted, I've basically come to the accepting thing of, look, games are going to have pay-to-win features. That's just how the industry is now. You can't do anything about it. But I'd rather someone actually tell me. It is, like, if you tell me that it's pay-to-win, I will be more likely to probably pay. Because I'm like, okay, you ain't bullshitting me. Because some games you have to pay to win. And if I can pay to get an advantage over somebody else, I will absolutely do it. Especially if it's like a pay to win thing where it actually like helps and shit. Does this guy have anything else? No. Hate that guy. Oh, hold on. Let's put on a video. There's one I wanted to put on yesterday. Yeah, this one. It's from the same guy we watched yesterday, if you were here. This is called the Deadly Basement of a 4chan Doomer.
This is a story of two young men, which ends in tragedy. Their names are Askia Kafra and Daniel Beckwith. Polar opposites of each other, these two natives of Maryland cross paths in unlikely ways. And the bizarre circumstances which led to Askia Kafra's death still leaves many confused.
Prosecutors say Beckwith kept Askia Kafra as a virtual slave.
Millionaire and computer hacker Daniel Beckwith had dug an elaborate network of tunnels underneath his Bethesda home.
I don't even know what the fuck Preston's Secret Shop is. I don't even know what you're talking about, I'm gonna be real.
Because he believed North Korea was planning a nuclear attack.
Kafra's body was found after a fire broke out in the home.
How bad is the smoke when you go down the steps? Okay, and what do you do?
I'm yelling like, Askia, fire, gotta get out.
Daniel Beckwith created a makeshift bunker and had another man help him dig tunnels underneath his Bethesda home.
He kept Askia Kafra captive there, and in 2017, that home went up in flames. Firefighters found Kafra's body underneath the home.
Askia Kafra was a well-liked young man. Friends of his who spoke to me remember him fondly as a bright, sociable, athletic, and entrepreneurial spirit who liked to skateboard and was on the school's wrestling team.
I have really good memories of him because he was just such a nice, kind person.
He was the type of person where, you knew him for 6 months and you felt like you knew him your entire lifetime.
Every time we went somewhere, it was like, oh, Askia,
We had always talked about, being excited to both be, 21 and be able to go out and drink together. We were always, he died a couple days being 21, and it's tragic. It really is tragic. I'm glad you're looking into it more because I think it's something that should be looked into.
My name is Dear Kafra. I am father of Askia Kafra. Daniel Beckwith murdered my son.
Damn.
On September 10th, 2017, Askia Kafra died in an electrical fire while digging tunnels for a makeshift nuclear bunker underneath Daniel Beckwith's home.
This is how my son was found dead. He was burnt from head to foot. His face was grimacing in agony. He was literally cooked, nay, barbecued.
When firefighters arrived at the scene, they struggled to navigate through Daniel Beckwith's home because of extreme amounts of debris and trash blocking the way. Before he succumbed to carbon monoxide poisoning, Askia was only 2 steps away from almost certain safety, but the hoarding conditions of the home prevented him from making it out alive.
He was found lying nude, totally naked, lying in a supine position on top of a blue arc welding machine. The entire situation is unresolved.
Askia Kafra wanted the good life. Expensive cars, beautiful women, and vast amounts of riches. Unfortunately, he was an ordinary kid from a middle-class home, so attaining that sort of exorbitant wealth seemed like a pipe dream. But uncertainty did nothing to quell Askia's ravenous ambition. He had $1 million idea for a crowdfunding app called Equity Shark, which would allow nascent startups to receive investments from the public. Askia believed that it would be the next big thing. He just needed to secure funding from investors to make it happen. And that's when he set his sights on the Teal Fellowship.
College is sort of, on the one hand, giving people learning, on the other hand, taking away some future opportunities by loading the next generation down with debt.
September 2010, billionaire tech giant Peter Thiel launched the Teal Fellowship, which offered promising young entrepreneurs $100,000 to drop out of college and pursue their passions. For Askia, this was his chance to turn his dreams into reality. But there was still one thing holding him back. Equity Shark needed a lot of work, and Askia lacked the funding. That's when he met Daniel Beckwith, who offered to invest $5,000 in Equity Shark for 5% stake in the company. As I said earlier, Askia Kafra and Daniel Beckwith were polar opposites of each other. While Askia is remembered for being popular and kind, Daniel Beckwith was a loner and a misfit. Daniel Beckwith's story begins here at 5212 Danbury Road. It's his childhood home, and it's where Askia Kafra died. It's a house that stands nestled under a canopy of hickory trees and on top of a steep hill. Today, it remains behind a fence of barbed wire and vines. Askia Kafra's family leave flowers to this day. His neighbors, who are mostly teachers, lawyers, and scientists from the nearby National Institutes of Health, recall that the Beckwith family was eccentric and reclusive. His father, David Beckwith, a singer and professor, was elderly and suffered from Parkinson's disease. Therefore, his mother, Linda Beckwith, who was over 20 years younger than her husband, took on a dominant familial role. Growing up, Daniel rarely stepped outside unchaperoned by his mother and didn't play with other children in the neighborhood. Even into his teenage years, Daniel would go trick-or-treating, followed closely by his parents, all 3 of them in matching costumes. Daniel was homeschooled from kindergarten until the 12th grade by his mother, who became convinced of his genius after she found him reading a Hardy Boys book while he was still a toddler. Years later, Daniel would claim on Reddit that he had an IQ of 170. At a young age, he displayed an aptitude for tinkering with machinery. When he was 11, he became interested in programming. During summer, he attended science camp at the National Institutes of Health, where he built rudimentary robots. By the time he was 15, he was experimenting with explosives in his backyard. Eventually, Daniel became interested in the culture of phone phreaking, which is a community of individuals interested in exploiting flaws in telecommunication systems. Sometime in the late 2000s, he started orbiting a community of phone phreakers called the Phone Losers of America, founded by a man named Brad Carter. I spoke to Brad, and this is what he told me.
I'm Brad Carter. I run the Phone Losers of America. Phone Losers of America started off as kind of a telephone hacking group in the 1990s, and Skunkworks was a regular caller into my old show on Party 93.4. It was called The Phone Show, and he annoyed the crap out of me.
Hello? Are you finally, actually picking up on me?
He would go on and on about Google Voice and, just specific topics that I didn't care about, but then he would also start throwing in things about killing children and being a basement dweller and, all kinds of chemicals and stuff. chemical reactions. He was really obsessed with that kind of thing.
Yeah, so you had to do like more serial killings, I guess.
Exactly. That's why I was wondering if you had the craniotomy saw and the potassium hydroxide. I mean, it's extremely hard to cut into the human cranium using a regular hacksaw, actually.
I know, right?
Like, he was so cringe. Like, he was like, oh, I'm just like, you know, these psycho, like, smart, like, serial killer type people. If I want to get into just the craziest thing he ever did, it was he had trapped a raccoon that was, like, eating all his garbage, and he was trying to kill it. He was like, hey, I'll stream it to random and some other people, and I'm gonna use this air gun to, like, shoot this raccoon in a cage. And, like, you know, this is crazy. Like, this is like legit psycho behavior. Like, that was the most psycho thing he ever did, for sure. He wanted to come across as this crazy psycho, like, genius serial killer type guy, which is like, why do you want to come across as that?
Guys, you know the scene in the movie where, like, the cops are busting in, the hacker's like, oh no, and he's like trying to, what, EMP his drives or something? Is that where the idea came from?
Actually, the idea came from a presentation that the Shmoo Group put on at DEF CON. They came up with their own anti-forensics challenge for destroying a hard drive in 60 seconds, and they failed at it pretty badly, crowdsourced it, and I decided to go ahead and take on the challenge.
The challenge was to remotely destroy a hard drive in 60 seconds while following these rules.
When you fire the hard drive, you have 60 seconds to destroy it. You must not set off fire suppression, smoke sensors, seismic sensors, because we're near banks. Must not harm other system in the rack, and you must not harm the humans that happen to be nearby when you're lighting off your thermite or magnesium or something like that.
Daniel, who was in the audience that day, decided that he would give it a shot. So he bought a fire protection suit on eBay, and he spent the next year troubleshooting different methods in order to win the challenge. To remotely destroy a hard drive, he ran hundreds of tests using mixtures of thermite, calcium sulfate, and potassium nitrate.
Now, I ended up doing around 300 tests like this.
Soon, he tried melting the hard drives in a pit in his backyard.
And you're going to notice in a second here, the thermite actually catches. This is the Thermax C210, which is quite good.
At the time, Daniel was studying electrical engineering at the University of Illinois. Even though he was only at school for less than 2 years, he managed to have several run-ins with the law, which ended with him being arrested and expelled from school.
One time, he told me he was ordering, like, I think it was ammonium nitrate, you know, some, like, thing that's obviously for bomb making. But he ordered it to someone else's dorm. So he was like, okay, well, before it gets sent to their dorm, I'll just pick the lock into the like, shipping and receiving room at my dorm, and then just take the package before it gets there. He told me, well, the bomb squad got to it, and an FBI guy called him and asked him about it.
To find out more, I contacted Daniel's old roommate and Lieutenant James Carter at the Investigation Division at the University of Illinois Police Department.
He was a strange kid, and that's an understatement, but he had taken a video of himself taking a syringe and extracting synovial fluid from his knee joint, putting it into a shot glass or a small cup, and then drinking it.
Yeah, this is his computer and his work area. Yeah, so this is basically me standing in the doorway of my bedroom. He co-opted all of this common space for his experiments. So yeah, this like glazy, glossy, like you would think that was water, but it was just melted, dried countertop from his thermite experiment.
He was making like thermite, you know, so he could like burn his hard drive if anybody was ever to find out what he was doing with his computer. That's what kind of triggered, the FBI involvement. They basically brought in the bomb unit, basically investigated it on like a terrorist threat level.
One of the main FBI agents was so much like Hank Schrader from Breaking Bad. And, first he sees the bleach and he's like, all right, if we find ammonia, then we know we got a situation here. And sure enough, a few minutes later, I hear the guy yell, bingo, when he's holding up the bottle of ammonia.
He installed keyloggers, on computers in, some of the computer labs. He had a computer lab at Hendrick House. They had like a staff computer at like the front desk. He put keyloggers into those computers too, and I think he used credentials to log in, as a staff member, and then that's how he gained access to the database that had everybody's personal information in it.
Using keyloggers, he collected the email login information of his professors and sent out mass mail to students. Sometimes he canceled exams or offered the answers to the highest bidder. Occasionally, he would simply type penis, hit send, and call it a day. Daniel cost the university $22,000 in damages by vandalizing the computer lab as well as professors' offices. In one case, he filled a professor's office with a smoothie of durian, which is the most foul-smelling fruit on earth.
There was a report of one particular engineering professor getting his office door locked shut. Somebody had taken some sort of, compound of glue, and I think they determined it was like glue and graphite, and squeezed it into actually the keyhole in his office door, making it impossible for him to, take his key and key into his office. And that happened a few times. And then that's when other events started happening. He kept locking the doors. He kept sending emails. He was reverse engineering iCards so he could get into the building and essentially not be in the building under his credentials. There was a lot of stuff he was doing, getting into the tunnels, the underground steam tunnel system that's across the university. I had spoken with TAs. I had spoken with other engineering students. And, I would ask, do you know anything about this ECE hacker? And everybody would say, well, no, yeah, we've heard about it, but we don't know who he is. So I would ask everybody I interviewed, I understand you don't know who it is, but if you could think about a person in the College of Engineering who would be capable of doing something like this, who would it be? I went back over my notes. 3 or 4 people in my investigation mentioned his name, Dan Beckwith. I'm like, okay. So after that, I was like, well, let me start focusing my attention on this, Dan Beckwith. There was stuff operating on his desktop that, pretty much said, hey, I'm the ECE hacker, and then gave him the go-ahead to arrest him.
Police officers then searched Daniel's room. Inside, they found a rifle, the hood of a fire protection suit, several lockpicks, reverse-engineered ID cards, and keyloggers. They also found a list of social security numbers belonging to faculty members and students.
It was the most filthy, disgusting room I've ever seen in my life. I mean, there was stuff everywhere.
Daniel was arrested and formally charged with 5 counts of property damage, 2 counts of computer fraud, tampering with documents, and illegally possessing a firearm. After that, Daniel took to Reddit to do an Ask Me Anything titled, I am a 22-year-old who is going to plead guilty to a felony computer hacking charge in 5 days. When someone asked, what did you do? He responded with, I launched a huge, multifaceted attack against my university for nothing but lulz, involving just about every attack in the book. I made the university's IT department look like damn fools.
How did you stop at the university?
Well, there was, I don't know if you looked me up much, but I mentally had some issues hacking some computers. Was not welcome. I was not in a good place.
Why? What was going on? What was going on?
I was still with that, my mom.
A year before Daniel was arrested and expelled from school, his mother, Linda Beckwith, died of cancer, which she hid from her family and medical professionals. In 2013, Daniel returned to his childhood home on Danbury Road as its sole occupant. His father moved into a retirement home after his Parkinson's disease had deteriorated.
Did you have any problem him leaving you here by yourself?
Oh yeah, I mean I took it very hard at first. I'm like, oh, first my mom's dead, now my dad's gone, and I'm just abandoned, It's one of the reasons I first started the shelter too. I was worried about people coming in and harming me and stuff, and I wanted a more defensive position than a regular house, you could say.
Daniel inherited $2.6 million after his mother's death. With that, he began to invest in Bitcoin, and he made a fortune. In a now-deleted Reddit comment, Daniel thanked the technology board on 4chan, G, for turning him onto Bitcoin as early as 2010. In a Reddit Ask Me Anything, he wrote about his life as a multi-millionaire, under 40 years old. I still shop at Walmart. I don't hang out at country clubs all day golfing. I do a lot of heavy manual labor that I could easily pay others for. I usually don't tell people I'm rich. When I do, the reaction is generally nonplussed, but occasionally people seem to develop inferiority complexes and feel uncomfortable. After Askia's death, prosecutors said that Daniel had as much as $16 million stashed away in profits he made day trading stocks and buying Bitcoin. Over the course of the next 4 years, Daniel lived a solitary existence. Other than briefly studying to become an EMT, he stayed cooped up in his childhood home while its hoarding conditions worsened. He had little interest in participating in the real world. He didn't own a phone, he preferred Google Voice instead. Rather than renewing his car insurance after it expired, he chose to rent a vehicle on the rare occasion that he needed one. And of course, as a recluse, he had no interest in obtaining a passport. He was a multi-millionaire who wasn't interested in spending his wealth. Instead, he remained living in his modest childhood home and tinkering with machinery just like he did during his adolescence.
I actually got a call, and it was an IRS investigator, and they were asking me about his Bitcoin account. They were basically saying that he was in possession of basically like $1.2 billion worth of Bitcoin. Around the time of the call, the Bitcoin were like $55,000 of Bitcoin. And he had $1.2 billion worth of them, like, you know, somewhere in the blockchain. That was around the time I found out that he had, you know, hired that kid and he died, you know, in that tunnel, working at his house in Bethesda.
All right. You ready?
Yep.
How did you meet Askia?
That's a deep-rooted memory right there. But I first met Askia in kindergarten. He was an amazing human being. He was incredibly intelligent. He was very friendly. You know, he was kind. He was considerate. I think everybody that he knows can definitely just give a testament to how much they enjoyed being around him.
He was the person that you wanted to be around. He always just brought so much joy to everyone. He always had the craziest ideas. He's always like the entertainer. I don't know anyone that didn't like him.
Meeting him early in elementary school, you know, he was always like a super fun kid, always laughing. We played in jazz band together in 8th grade, both playing guitar. There were a lot of things that came very, very naturally to him as a musician and as a guitar player that I don't feel like I developed until later on.
Askia was a budding musician. He emulated Jimi Hendrix, both in substance and style. He was also quite a good trombone player. A wrestler, he also played lacrosse. I remember when he was in 5th grade, he topped the class and he actually got a presidential award certificate from President George W. Bush at the time.
You were proud of him?
Yes, I was proud of him, but I was also concerned. I was concerned about the fact that he dropped out of college. I told him that he should have been able to try and develop his business while still pursuing his undergraduate degree. You see, I don't believe that wealth is a measure of a man. I'm not saying it isn't important. I'm just saying I do not believe it is a measure of a man. I believe the true measure of a man is what he contributes to society, to uplifting society. I believe that's how Askia pictured things. The measure of a man was his wealth. He talked about Jeff Bezos. He talked about Peter Thiel. He talked about Elon Musk. He was just enamored with that.
Elon Musk.
And I believe...
Glad he passed away. I'm glad he passed away before he realized, before he saw Elon Musk call people pedophiles on Twitter. When it was still Twitter. I mean, it still is. Fuck him.
I believe his philosophy developed here in the States, because in this country, it seems to be get rich fast at all costs.
Askia Cafra had big dreams. When he was in middle school, he and his friend Tavon Giaquinta started a landscaping company. In high school, he built a 3D printer, and together they started a company offering 3D printing services. Following that, they started a clothing company.
Me and him were both trying to get into the startup world. I was focused on marketing, and he was focused on more the finance part of things. I mean, at the time, I know he had said equity shark. It really defines who we want to be. When you're looking for people to invest in your company, they typically call those sharks, like on Shark Tank. And so we wanted to create that same type of environment for the average general person, where they could have someone invest in their company.
Askia taught himself coding and worked tirelessly to bring Equity Shark to fruition. They aggressively sought out investors, but no one would give them funding. After applying to Y Combinator and getting rejected in the 3rd round, Askia told Tavon about the Teal Fellowship.
Askia just really sold me on it that day, and he's like, "We gotta sign up for this."
Around the same time, Askia started to frequent a now defunct live streaming website called blab.im. On the site was a section dedicated to software developing and investing. One day, while watching the infamous farmer bro Martin Shkreli live stream on the site, he first laid eyes on Daniel Beckwith. Daniel, who used the handle 3 Alarm Lamp Scooter, impressed Askia. Not only did he seem to be friends with Martin Shkreli, but he also claimed to be a multimillionaire investor and hacker. Askia became a regular viewer of Daniel's livestream. Daniel, who liberally shared tips with his viewers about investing in technology, was open to investment opportunities. And one day, Askia contacted him and told him about Equity Shark. They scheduled a meeting at a hookah bar in Rockville, Maryland. Askia and Tavon waited 15 minutes for Daniel to show up. And when he did, they couldn't help but notice that he seemed to have something hidden under his gray t-shirt.
You could clearly see that there was like a bulletproof vest that he was wearing under his shirt. And so I did think that was a little odd at first. I mean, I personally assumed that maybe he was like ex-military or something like that. You know, I didn't really think much of it.
The meeting lasted for 30 minutes, and by the end of it, Daniel Beckwith seemed impressed.
He liked the idea. He loved it. His only thing at the time was, you know, how are we going to get this thing built? How much is it going to cost? At the time, I think the cost for us to get a full prototype done and coded was about 10 grand. When he heard about the Thiel Fellowship, he was super excited. That's what really sold him into, you know, kind of being ready to invest in us that day.
After leaving the hookah bar, they walked Daniel to his truck.
He mentioned how he was going to be going back up north near his way to finish working on his bunker later. And then I remember him saying that, you know, I thought it was kind of odd. Like, oh, interesting, this guy's a bunker. You know, what do you have a bunker for? And I remember him saying, you know, I've been building this for a while. You know, it's just to keep myself protected and safe in case of a nuclear war or a nuclear disaster.
With Daniel's funding, they bought brand new tailored suits in preparation for their meeting with the Thiel Fellowship manager. All they had to do was make it to the meeting on time and make a great pitch. But unfortunately, that didn't end up happening.
I don't remember how, but we somehow end up putting in the wrong address. But we end up going to the wrong location. At that point, we're just like, we're just freaking out. You know, we don't know what to do. And we get to the meeting and we're about maybe 15 minutes late. And then they say, hey, look, you know, we ran out of time. We're going to have to call you guys back or schedule the meeting again.
When they arrived back in Maryland, Daniel stopped replying to Askia's messages. After weeks of trying to contact Daniel, Askia wrote to him, I know that this will be successful. There's no doubt in my head. I'd even take this investment as debt, because that's how much I believe in this, even though obviously I don't currently have the money to be able to pay you back. I'd literally work a minimum wage job for a few years if I had to, or just finish school and get a boring-ass job somewhere, or just work it off at the compound. A few weeks later, Daniel finally replied. He agreed to give them more money and took up Askia's offer to help him dig the tunnels. Between January to September 2017, Askia went to Beckwith's house a total of 5 times and stayed there working on the tunnels for days to weeks at a time. Daniel would pick Askia up at his parents' house in the early morning, around 3 a.m. Although Daniel only lived 14 minutes away from Askia, he prolonged the drive for hours in order to mask his home's actual location.
He used to blindfold my son with dark glasses and drive him for as much as 1-2 hours way out to Manassas.
I do. You can join. Send me a friend request. My name is My Mommy Lets Me Curse.
In Virginia. So my son was under the belief that these tunnels were out in the mountains of Virginia. And then he would give him a key lanyard to hold, but lead him into his basement with Askia holding the key lanyard and blindfolded, and he holding the other end. Take him to the hole in the ground, the shaft that leads down to the tunnel, and it's only at that point the blindfold was removed. Unfortunately, it's almost like a dog on a leash.
I'm cool with it. I mean, I told him before he ever came, I was like, this is one of the conditions.
What did you tell me what you said?
Oh, I just said, you know, I'm concerned about people knowing exactly where this is at. And as a result, you know, if you want to come here, put this on for the duration of the drive and walking in. And he was always cool with it, you know, so that if he did decide to ever turn on me or whatever, he'd be like, oh yeah, that's down in Lake Anna or wherever.
I get it,
I have no
because
idea.
if North Korea bombs us,
Everyone's
you don't
gonna
want
be looking
everybody
for
coming
us.
for your bunker.
Exactly.
I agree.
Exactly.
I understand.
Daniel was hiding the IP address, so he couldn't see where he was at. Yeah, so he thought he was in Virginia. And I remember Skia saying, He's like, I know what I'll do though. I'm gonna use my GPS next time to track it so that I can figure out the location. The skier figured out that he was actually in this guy's house.
Doug Hart, a 21-year-old construction worker from Long Island, was also blindfolded when Daniel brought him to his house to work on the bunker. Just like Askia, Daniel met him through blab.im. Dick Rocket, and yes, that's a real name, was also another man who worked on the bunker. Now, Dick Rocket is somewhat of a mystery to me, and that's because of his impressive resume. He graduated law school at Berkeley, worked in New York as an investment fund attorney, started a private space company called New Space Global, and according to Tavon, he also worked at the world's largest money manager, BlackRock. I tried reaching out to Dick, but I didn't get a response. So unfortunately, his connection to Daniel, and why he was helping him dig the tunnels, still eludes me.
Him and Beckwith, I remember we met up with him at a Taco Bell once. That's when Beckwith introduced him to us, but him and Beckwith were talking about investing into space mining. That was their big thing that they wanted to put money towards, space mining.
While working on the bunker, Askia was only permitted to stay in the basement and the tunnels. Daniel kept the doors in the basement locked, so Askia never saw the rest of the house or outside. Inside the tunnels, Daniel set up rudimentary living quarters. It was a compact space with a single mattress, a mini fridge, a microwave, and a ceiling fan. Daniel powered the tunnels with a daisy chain of power strips and extension cords. Inside the tunnels, Daniel had set up a ventilation
Yeah, I'm just interested in this video.
system and Wi-Fi. There was a shower head, but using it made the floors muddy. So Askia washed himself with wet wipes instead. There was no toilet, so he relieved himself in a bucket and masked the smell with wiper fluid. To dispose of the waste, Daniel devised a winch system to haul the bucket from the basement to the first floor, where he would dispose of it in the toilet. If Askia needed fresh air, Daniel obliged, but he was required to wear duct-taped sunglasses while outside. Daniel didn't own a phone, so they used Google Chats. However, this wasn't an ideal form of communication, because occasionally, Askia would lose connection due to poor Wi-Fi in the bunker. Sometimes, he would have to bang on the wall near the basement door to get Daniel's attention.
I remember once, I think we had an argument about those same tunnels and the work he was doing, and he got so angry with me that he asked me to stop the car, and he jumped out the car and went by somebody. He came home afterwards, you know. But you see, you also, as a father, you have to be careful that you run off a child permanently. Many things I told him, he would rebut it and tell me Beckwith was competent at that, Beckwith was competent at that. It was like Beckwith was a Superman. He was so confident that Beckwith knew everything, you know. It was like he was hypnotized.
My mom caught wind of it as well, because, you know, I mean, Askia's parents were super close with my parents. So at some point, I think that she even kind of knew about the tunnels, and she was actually like trying to convince him to stop. Like, you know, she actually sat him down one day when we were hanging out, and she, you know, she sort of like pleaded with him and said, yeah, like, you know, there's no way this can be really safe.
His mother, she sat down and talked to him for over an hour, telling him about the dangers and so on. And this was after he had gone about 4 times to the tunnels. When she talked with him, he stopped going for a while, maybe a month or more.
Sometime in spring 2017, the Teal Fellowship officially passed on Equity Shark. After failing to attract new investors, Askia became worried that Equity Shark would flatline without additional capital. Therefore, he broke his promise not to go back to the tunnels and texted Daniel asking him for more work. It took a while, but Daniel finally answered.
In 2017, my son went 5 times. On the 5th time, the last time that we saw him leave, he stayed the longest.
Can you tell me about the last time you saw him alive?
Yes, as usual, Beckett was supposed to come in maybe 11 or 12. My wife and myself were lying down in the bed waiting to see Askia leave. And finally, sometime in the wee hours of the morning, I'm not sure if it was 2 or 3 in the morning, Askia came to say he was going, he gave his mother a kiss. Little did we know that that would be the last time.
Alright, I'm not victim blaming, right? Like, fuck that 4chan guy. But why would he go dig a bunker in that type of condition? Like, am I tripping?
We would ever communicate with our son.
On September 10th, 2017, Daniel was up late browsing Reddit into the early morning. Shortly after commenting on a thread about the Equifax hackers, he fell asleep. At 2:32 a.m., Askia messaged Daniel on Google Chat. "Holy shit, bro. There's no power down here." 5 minutes later, he wrote, "And smoke in the basement." 14 minutes later, Askia sent another message. "Never mind about the smoke, but yeah, pitch black down here, and no airflow. Please try to fix when you see this." 6 hours later, Daniel woke up at approximately 9 a.m. and saw Askia's messages. Then he walked from his upstairs bedroom to the breaker box in his basement. After he felt satisfied that he fixed the problem, he wrote to Askia, "Pretty major electrical failure. Just switch it all over to a different circuit." After that, he went back upstairs to use his laptop. At 9:07 a.m., he left another comment on Reddit. 20 minutes later, Askia wrote, "Sheesh, is the fuse just done? Still nothing down here, by the way. It's a whole nother level of darkness." 2 minutes later, Daniel replied, "Oh, fuck. I thought I got the lights too. One sec." Once again, Daniel went downstairs to the basement to fix the problem. Afterwards, he went back upstairs and fell asleep. He woke up 2 hours later and wrote 4 additional comments on Reddit between 11:24 to 11:49 a.m. At 3 p.m., Daniel went downstairs to the kitchen on the main floor to fix himself something to eat. Following that, he went back upstairs to his bedroom and used his laptop. At 4 p.m., Daniel heard a beeping noise coming from the carbon monoxide detector in the dining room. He told police that it made a single beeping noise, which he understood to indicate another power failure. After waiting 20 to 30 minutes, Daniel went down to the basement to manually reset the breaker. He didn't check on Askia when he was there. At 4:16 p.m., Askia messaged Daniel, apologizing for not replying to the message he sent him at 9:29 a.m. "Yo, my bad. I was tired as fuck. I def smell smoke down here." Daniel once again went down to the
Yeah, you can join me. Did you add me?
basement to check the electrical service panel and reset any tripped breakers. He said that there was a single breaker tripped, which he reset. While walking up the stairs, he said that he heard a loud buzzing sound coming from the kitchen. When he went to investigate, he heard a series of popping noises coming from the circuit breaker, followed by an explosion. He said that smoke started to rise from the basement to the kitchen floor. Daniel said that he then ran down to the basement.
How bad
Fire.
is the smoke when you go down the stairs? Is it in the finished area?
I think so. It was starting to leak out, but it's mostly in the unfinished area still at that point. There's like maybe a little trickling into the finished area.
Okay,
but
so
the unfinished area is just packed with smoke. Just seconds. I mean, it's literally seconds. Packed with smoke.
Daniel said that he couldn't see Askia through the smoke, but he assumed Askia was near the dryer, which was only 8 to 10 feet in front of him.
So you make it to here and you're like, "Hey,
Askia, you gotta get out, fire."
And he says,
"Yo, dude."
What's the affect? Is he like, "Yo, dude"? Or he's like, "Yo, dude"? Or
it sounded more like, "Yo, dude." Sort of like that.
Okay.
It was very eerie sounding.
So what do you think at that point? I mean,
I'm just like, well, shit, I'm getting dizzy myself and starting to get real weak kneed, and I gotta just rush out that door over there, get some fresh air.
Daniel didn't own a phone, so he tried to alert his neighbors to call 911.
I remember definitely the first time around, I just started screaming to all the neighbors, help, help, fire, fire.
What were you thinking was going to happen to him at that point?
I was hoping he'd either run out there or he'd go out the back window.
This big window
window there, or the window well.
Well, this one's got bars on it.
Well, that's not the window. Yeah, that one does have bars on it on the side. I don't think you could get out there. That doesn't have bars.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's big. That's a big.
Yeah, that's a big one. I've jumped out myself before, And then there's that window well on the front of the house. I thought he also could have got out there, or preferably he would have just gone down into the tunnels and gone out the backyard.
Why, when you are on the side of the basement, that it's not burning, it is not very smoky, and someone is on a burning smoky side, why would you direct them to go towards windows which were steel barred or barred up with plywood? Why didn't he do the obvious? Come to my voice. I am on the safe side of the basement. There's not much smoke on my side. There was a door there. He indicated that he went through that door several times. So why wasn't it possible for him to direct my son to come through that door? The door must have been inaccessible.
Now, all of this happened literally just above my own backyard.
During the fire, his neighbor, Bruce LaShan, a TV reporter who lives in the house directly behind Daniel's, called 911 and ran up Chandler Street towards the fire.
I had nothing involved. I was not involved. I was not involved with this. Ignore that street name. I had nothing to do with this case.
I was the first person on the scene of the fire. I tried to get into the burning house to rescue Kafra, but it was just too dangerous.
Daniel said that he tried to get inside the house to save Askia a total of 4 times, but that he was driven back by the overwhelming heat. During his attempts to enter the house, he said that he removed a propane tank, gas cans, and other combustibles.
On the way out, you told me originally that you took a couple of gas cans.
Yeah,
But I never found those.
Well, one was supposed to be in the front yard and the other was on the
Okay,
side.
so I didn't get that. So
somebody might have walked off with them. Jeez.
Okay.
Yeah. Never found them.
He said that he also tried to dig a hole, hoping to enter the tunnel from his backyard, but gave up because he was too tired. Several firefighters arrived between 4:28 p.m. and 4:46 p.m. They struggled to make a path through the basement due to severe hoarding conditions. It took firefighters approximately a minute and a half to 2 minutes to traverse the short distance from the basement side entrance to the fire. It only took 2 to 3 sprays of water, lasting approximately 15 to 30 seconds, to extinguish the fire. When the steam finally cleared, firefighters found Askia's lifeless body. Sometime later, Daniel was taken by fire and rescue personnel to the hospital to be treated for smoke inhalation and minor burns. It was later determined that the fire was caused by a defective outlet.
if I tell you where Askia was found, you gonna be cool with that?
I mean, I want to know. I might be a little upset. I'm guessing it was...
Cool with me telling them where Askia was found and all? But Askia's found in the laundry room.
Oh, wow, I was so close to getting him.
That boy, ugly. Die.
They could have picked him up and taken him out.
I could have saved him.
Well, may not have been anything you could have done.
Oh, wow.
Oh my glorb.
So close, I almost
Wait. Who's taller? Wait, who's taller?
him.
Ah, it's midget. Ah, midget.
I have a
Midget.
daughter who is learning.
Midget. And yo, chain fake. Hold on, hold on. Yo. Hey, I diamond tested your chain. Yo shit fake! Hold on, I'll do it again. Give me a second. I don't know what to tell you. Your chain fake. Yo shit fake. Your chain making your neck green. What's he gonna do?
Disabled after Askia was deceased without us knowing it. She kept saying, "Oh, my brother is coming."
Johnny. No, you got it from dang Johnny. Dog. Johnny. That boy used to be a... What the fuck? Okay, okay, bye, bitch. Okay, then. Cool, fuck it. Why not? Dog, my clan's getting deleted. That's why I just left. I just got a message from the clan, like the guild, on Discord. Literally says announcements, Harm Clan is getting deleted. After all this drama, I've decided I need a fresh start. I made some bad decisions that have gotten myself into some trouble. I would like to thank those who stay loyal to the clan during the... What drama? I guess drama involving, hell no, I'm not making a clan. The reason I'm not gonna make one is because I'd rather be in a top one already. Because the reason I want to join a clan is because of the fact I want to be able to, like, get rewards. Where did, can you not invite them? He has to add me. You gotta tell him that.
Home. This.
I don't want to make one just for the simple fact that, I've tried it in Skyblock and I hated it. So I already know I'd feel the same way. I didn't know if you could invite him or not. Yeah, I don't mind. Matter to me.
Weekend. My brother's coming home this weekend because
it's not even that. You gotta understand, Jafet. And let me show you. You get special rewards for being in the top for each clan battle. Right? And I would at least like to be in a clan that's in the top 10. We ain't gonna have that because a lot of people that come to my stream, they ain't the top players. You feel me? So that's the biggest thing. They don't have fucking application
Auntie
free.
had talked to her until they will come home the next weekend. Little did we know that that very same weekend we were supposed to be coming home was the weekend he died. We didn't know for about 2 days. We didn't watch local news. We weren't aware there was a fire in Bethesda. We just weren't aware. That happened on Tuesday, September the 12th. They said
I have breakable 99, bitch. You the noob.
Oscar was burnt beyond recognition. He could not be identified, and that I would have to get dental records to verify their contention that it was him. It's so difficult to explain how you feel in a situation like that. But I knew I had to tell my wife. I called her. I said, Claudia, you have got to come home now. I said, I cannot tell you everything, but there are 3 cops in our house right now, and you need to come home immediately. Claudia came to the door, remarkably poised and calm, and I was shocked to see that Claudia did not break down and cry, because I know my wife. It was her only son, and she had him late in life. She had him when she was 40 or 41, somewhere around there. And after they left, Claudia truly broke down. She broke down, really broke down. She came up to me, she was pounding me on my chest, and she said, so our son is gone, so our son is gone. And I distinctly remember that night when we went to bed. It was like she was having a bad dream. She was repeating over and over, like almost in a sleep. She was repeating, I want back my son. She was saying, I want back my son. And I told her, you know that's not going to happen. I guess I was being brutally frank. I said, you know that's not going to happen. You know that's impossible.
I think Askia was legitimately deceived. You know, I think he was sort of led on by a person who pretended that he was interested in sort of bettering his life, or you know, helping him with this, you know, being invested in his company he was trying to get up off the ground. And I think that in a sense sort of made Askia, or convinced Askia, that doing this would sort of get him closer to that goal. But he definitely wasn't, he was working with somebody that didn't have his best interests at heart.
I feel like there are a lot of things that don't make sense, or as to how things may or may have not happened, you know. There's
See, the only head start I got in this game is the fact I had 5 huges from PetSim X that I transferred over. But that's it. I didn't have anything else. So
just a lot of confusion in my mind. There was an electrical fire that sort of blocked whatever the only way for him to have gotten in and out of those tunnels was, and why was the fire started there. And
side note, I hate the way this guy looks.
Why did it happen? It's hard to find the just.
He looks like a Bob's Burger character.
Justification, or like the underlying logic, at least for me, as to why things happened the way they did.
I've never lost somebody that close to me. That was the first time it happened to me, so I like really ingest that. Still haven't really ingested it, to be honest with you. I haven't really like taken that moment in.
I was very angry. You know, I was furious actually, because, you know, now I knew that there was another person who was involved. I wanted him to be held accountable, you know? I think the screwed up part about it is, even if, you know, we got what we wanted, like if he was put away for life, that would only be a semblance of what I feel like we could consider justice, because it's not going to change the fact that Askia is gone. You know, he's dead. We can't bring him back. I mean, he's been denied the rest of his life because of somebody else's negligence.
We're all going to be being recorded, all right? Let's go.
We'll take you upstairs first. There's not really any damage there, so easy into it.
Man, shut up, goddammit. He crying because they gonna find the CP he has on his. And if he don't shut the fuck up.
Gotta put myself together. I think there was a camera of mine that was like on this truck.
3 days after the fire, Daniel went back to his home with fire investigators.
What is this? Basically, this dude wanted to start a business, and so he met a rich Bitcoin billionaire, and the Bitcoin guy believed that North Korea was about to launch a nuclear attack on the US, so he paid the kid to live in his, to like come over and live in his basement and build a bunker for him, and there ended up being a house fire with a trip fuse, and he ended up dying. That's basically all you need to know.
And police.
That's how I'd say. See, I have a messy room. I do. I genuinely. It's not this bad though. If it got this bad, I would probably end my life.
It was on the bed right here.
Oh my god. Like, why? This is unacceptable. They should have put him in jail for this.
Is that the bed you slept on? Yeah. And that's where you were when...
That's the bed? Dog, it's yellow. Die. He punches Wallens? Dustin.
When you noticed the,
Yeah, I heard the beep.
Okay.
Yeah, no, laptop's not here.
I would be more embarrassed about this than killing someone. I'm gonna be honest.
Charger.
Good shit.
Why all the chlorine? Oh, just for cleaning. Just for cleaning purposes. I mean, this place needed cleaning.
Yeah, a little bit.
Really did. Take a look at the top of the stairs. Oh, wait. Oh, funny. It's just...
You just got a lot of cash laying around.
Yeah, I know.
Dang, ballin'.
This is way messier than it was before. Even, I mean, it wasn't in good shape before, but you walked through a lot.
Daniel, I'm gonna put a measuring cup full of money out on the front porch so we got it on the way out, okay?
A measuring bowl full of money. Way to let that boy flex. Like I said, my room's dirty and I'm embarrassed of it, but I don't know how I would be able to handle having a room like that. That is abominable.
Everybody'd rather walk out than can.
Should have worn my boots today. Now I'm afraid of tetanus.
Cooked his ass.
And I'll try to mark them. Okay. So if we have to do any more work in here, we'll make sure we don't do anything bad.
Alrighty.
It took nearly 3 weeks for a team of 24 firefighters working 8 to 10-hour days to clean Daniel Beckwith's home. The process was prolonged by safety concerns over combustible chemicals stored in every room of the house and within piles of trash. By the time they finished cleaning, $10,000 in cash and traveler's checks were found hidden within the mess. 8 months after Iskia's death, Daniel was arrested on May 25th, 2018.
And I got this phone call from Detective Smith, and she was on the line, and she said, "Mr. Kafra, we have arrested Daniel Beckwith." I almost fainted. I was shocked.
On May 31st, 2018, a grand jury charged him with involuntary manslaughter and second-degree depraved heart murder, which is the killing of another person while acting with extreme disregard of human life, despite not explicitly intending to kill. On September 10th, 2018, Askia's parents filed a wrongful death lawsuit against Daniel Beckwith on the anniversary of their son's death. Montgomery County officials also sued Daniel and his father, David Beckwith. The lawsuit requested that a judge order the Beckwith family to fill the tunnels and demolish the home. The entrance to the tunnel shaft drops 20 feet, and they're estimated to span 200 feet in multiple directions underground, stretching out as far as public roads and across property lines. Today, the home still stands, and the tunnels have not yet been filled up.
Askia told me lots of things that he wasn't even supposed to tell me.
Like what?
Told me about things down in the tunnel, and quite a few things that he was supposed to be literally keeping secret. For instance, he told me about a special chamber underground in which Beckwith told him not to go in there. It is dangerous, it has explosives and other dangerous stuff. I got the impression that that chamber underground had a door leading into it, and that the door was kept locked.
Right now, two more stories you need to know about as we head into this week. A bizarre case will finally come to an end tomorrow. Daniel Beckwith is set to be sentenced.
Now, I want to let you know, second-degree depraved heart murder, the minimum sentence for that is 10 years. And I think the maximum was either 25 or 30 years. The judge at the sentencing gave him 9 years. One less than the minimum. I couldn't understand it. Here's her explanation. She don't believe that what happened rises to the level of a second-degree depraved heart murder. And because of that, this is the reason she gave him 9 years. And she praised him. She actually praised him. She said he's so bright, he's so intelligent, he has a lot to give to society. She said that he reminded her.
Ew. Put her in jail too. Ugly.
Of her brother, who's a bright guy, who's a nuclear physicist. And I felt humiliated. I felt humiliated because I was a victim and he was the perpetrator of a crime. And how could you be praising the perpetrator of a crime at a sentencing? What about my feelings? Don't I matter? You are praising this gentleman who did a criminal act, who 12 jurors believed committed murder and manslaughter. And then she gave him 9 years. That hurt my feelings. And the strange thing about it? She is an elected judge, and I had voted for her.
Daniel only spent a little over 3 years in prison before being released. His depraved heart murder conviction was overturned by a panel of 3 judges that also upheld his involuntary manslaughter conviction. They ruled that there wasn't enough evidence to meet the standard of depraved heart murder, which entails an extreme disregard for human life.
He made use of his exhaustive resources, I'm talking about his financial resources, and hired his attorneys to file an appeal against both convictions.
A few months after his sentence was reduced, he became eligible for parole. In July 2022, he was released from prison.
So, Mr. Beckwith is currently out on probation. And in my opinion, he's got away with murder.
While I was returning to Toronto, it occurred to me that Askia and Daniel were reflections of one another. Daniel didn't care about anybody but himself, while Askia loved others and was loved in turn. It was only due to the everlasting bonds that Askia had forged during his short life that Daniel's callous apathy and negligence was able to irreparably scar so many. Furthermore, I'm still left wondering about the fire. Prosecutors argued in court that Askia could not escape because his route out was blocked by severe hoarding conditions in the basement. In that case, why was Daniel able to enter the basement several times during the fire and roam freely enough to remove gas canisters? I also don't understand why Daniel told him to escape through windows, which mostly had steel bars on them, instead of directing Askia safely to one of the doors that he testified he had used repeatedly. Additionally, I struggled to grasp why Daniel reacted so casually during the 14 hours preceding Askia's death.
It's strange that someone who's running from a fire could end up in a position in which they appear to be lying on a reclining chair.
For now, Daniel's testimony and the official theory presented in court is all we have to go off of. And personally, I don't think I'll ever stop pondering about what exactly happened on that day. Here's to the memory of Askia Kafra.
I don't know, it's probably like years later that it really hit me that I'm not gonna see my friend again.
I was devastated. I'm still devastated. It feels like there's just a very large void in my life, a sense of emptiness that's gonna be there probably for the rest of my life.
I was very shy, you know what I mean? I was very like to myself, and he never made me feel like he never made me feel like I was a loner, like an outcast.
Like I said, his earnest home in a box. That box has been there for 5 years. It has not been touched. It's in the same position. We have a picture there, a kind of shrine for him, with a large photo of him in his ROTC uniform and, you know, something saying love you to the moon and back. And there can be no closure.
He's born 2 years before me. Damn. That was a heavy video. Let me see. Alright, they're cooking with this one.
When arson investigator Captain Marvin Casey was called out to a fire that had broken out at a craft store, he had no idea what he was about to get himself into. It had been a small fire, quickly put out by the manager, so its point of origin was obvious. And it didn't take Marvin long to find the device that had started it. A cigarette, designed to burn down to 3 matches. Whoever had done this was experienced, but they had just made a huge mistake. Because next to that device, Marvin found a single piece of paper containing a fingerprint, and that fingerprint would eventually lead investigators to the most prolific arsonist of the 20th century. A vicious and cold-blooded killer who had been terrorizing California for years, burning buildings to the ground with people still inside.
What, Leah?
But not only was that man the last person anybody would have expected. In one of the most bizarre twists I've ever come across, he seems to have unwittingly confessed to it all.
And then you start a race against the clock because you're fearful.
You never know about a person, you know. We all have our secret life that nobody gets into.
I'm smarter, I'm better. I can set all these fires right in front of all your noses, and you don't know who I am.
May 20 with MG Kelly. I can tell that look in your eye. You're looking forward to this weekend.
MG Kelly? MGK?
Maybe go out and do a little drinking. I know. I want you to be careful, though, because they're out there. He is watching for you. They are not going to let the speeders get by, and obviously if you get caught with...
The year is 1980, and Los Angeles is now the second largest city in the United States. And in 1981, the city would celebrate its 200th year with the slogan, LA's the place. Los Angeles, The Economist declared, has at last become a place to take seriously. Patronising British journalism aside, the growth was hard to ignore. A new skyline had emerged, new freeways, new tourist attractions.
I need to fuck this voice. British men sound stupid. British women sound sexy. I will not explain.
Cultural institutions, and of course, a film industry that was still in the halcyon days of the Hollywood blockbuster era. Oh yeah, LA was it. And by the time the city came to host the 1984 Summer Olympic Games, its reputation was cemented.
Los Angeles has definitively left its imprint on the world.
And the rest of us could only watch its frenetic, dreamlike, palm tree-lined growth through a small TV screen. For many, LA really was the place. But while Los Angeles might have felt like the center of the world to some, to others, it felt more like a city on the edge. This rapid urbanization had come at a cost. Record levels of pollution, smog so bad you could cut it with a knife, increasing poverty, overcrowding, racial hostility, almost unfathomable levels of police brutality and corruption had all coalesced to make Los Angeles the second most dangerous city in America, and a city with a reputation as the serial killer capital.
The Night Stalker.
No doubt Los Angeles was a city donning a glorious Ozymandian facade. A mask. On the outside, she was a decadent world-class city, but underneath, she was both seething and chaotic. The perfect place for a monster on the verge of frenzy. It was 1984, and for the past few years, one such monster had been terrorizing the quiet neighborhoods of the Los Angeles metropolitan area from the shadows. A serial arsonist, using the rising levels of crime and general unrest as a kind of camouflage. You see, arson was a problem that had been growing in Los Angeles since the late 1970s, where fires by arsonists had increased by more than 400%. By the mid-1980s, the level of fires being deliberately set in the Los Angeles metropolitan area was understandably starting to worry its residents, and was regularly making headlines. It was the north that seemed to be getting hit the hardest though. West Hollywood, Pasadena, Glendale, and more. They were all seeing an unusual number of fires. While nobody had really made the link between some of those fires and a single serial arsonist, things had become so bad that by the early 80s, some cities had put together their own specialist arson teams. And for a while at least, that worked. Until it didn't. The arsonist had simply been biding his time, and now he was about to strike again. Only this time, things would escalate. So far as anybody knows, up until 1984, this mysterious lone arsonist's actions, though devastating, hadn't yet led to any loss of life. But that was sadly about to change in one of the most horrific ways imaginable.
Bill Clinton?
Because the game he was playing, the game all serial arsonists play, was an incredibly dangerous one. And it was only a matter of time before things would get out of control.
Go to the beginning
and it
of
could
the
have
map,
been any
I'll
night,
give you some.
during any of the fires he'd already set, but it just so happened to be the night of October 10th, 1984,
If you're in my server.
in a city called Pasadena.
You are. Okay. Or send me a trade
Pasadena
request,
is
actually.
located
Just send
in
me
the
a trade
northeast
request.
area of
My
Los
bad.
Angeles County, just 11 miles from LA's downtown area. Back in the 80s, it was home to a 42,000 square foot strip mall, which housed a number of shops and restaurants, the biggest by far being a hardware store called Ole's.
Whatever you need, Ole's has it. In fact, if you
From furniture to frying pans, Ole's hardware store sold everything you could possibly want for your home, and then some. Plus, once you were done shopping, you could grab something to eat at one of the nearby food outlets. For many of Pasadena's well-to-do residents, Ole's was actually kind of a fun day out. But on this night in particular, Billy and Ada Deal were on a mission. They had some specific items they needed to pick up, and they needed to make it quick because they'd brought along their 2.5-year-old grandson, Matthew, who they were babysitting. As soon as they pulled into the parking lot at around 7:30 p.m,
No problem.
Matthew did what any 2.5-year-old does when they detect an ice cream shop in the nearby vicinity, and he started begging for his usual, a scoop of mint chocolate chip ice cream. It
Oh yeah, kill the kid. And chocolate chip. Die.
was late, so rather than risk a tantrum, Billy and Ada promise him one just as soon as they're done. And just like magic, Matthew is now significantly more agreeable to the task of sourcing lumber and paint, the two items on Billy and Ada's list. And with that, into the store they go. At some point just before 8 p.m, Billy and Ada split up. Billy went to size up some wood in the west side of the store, and Ada took Matthew to the northeast section of the store to look at tins of paint.
Nice huges,
See,
Leah.
Ole's was at one point 2 separate stores, so it was separated by a large internal wall. A sprinkler system operated on the west side, but not on the east, the side that Matthew and Ada were on. At the time, this was technically up to regulation because of the installation of several large fire doors in between the 2 sections, a design that would end up being fatal. It was just a few minutes later when a loud noise was heard across the store, an indistinguishable announcement blaring over the store speakers. Over in the lumber section, Billy heard it and remembered thinking that perhaps it was closing time. It was then that he heard the screaming and saw a number of very panicked-looking workers running through the central fire doors. They were saying that there was a fire and they were yelling at him to leave, but he knew that Ada and Matthew were in that section. So he opened one of those central fire doors, and when he did, all he...
Everybody report him to Preston. Preston's gonna send a actual sniper to your house. Fucked up, buddy.
...saw was thick black smoke.
You fuck with that boy's money, he gonna kill you. He gets $250 for each of them dumbass plushies. You think he gonna let you dupe them? Hell no. Not yet, but fuck it.
So he ran to try the other door, but it was the same. He then ran back towards the entrance, thinking that maybe Ada and Matthew were there waiting for him. Meanwhile, inside the building, Jim Obdam, a young store attendant, was desperately telling people to leave. The fire was spreading fast, and the lights had started going out in that east section. But he knew there were people still inside, so he stayed. At some point, he ran into Ada and Matthew and he screamed at them that they needed to leave, and together the 3 made their way to the front of the store, through the thick black smoke. Minutes later, when Jim turned around to check that they were still following, he realised that they'd become separated. But now the lights were completely out and the fire was spreading rapidly, so he did the only thing that he could. He crawled on his hands and knees in the dark, feeling his way along a wall to an exit. Before long, he was back outside, breathing in the night air. He didn't realise it at the time because of the adrenaline, but he was covered head to toe in burns. Sitting outside, he watched on as the flames overtook the building and people scrambled out of its exits, some making it out by the skin of their teeth. The speed at which this fire had taken over this football pitch-sized warehouse was almost unbelievable. It was a matter of minutes. Some employees remembered being literally swept off their feet and blown out of the fire exits. One described it as a tsunami of fire. The technical term is a flashover. It's when the entire contents of a room erupt in flame due to an intense heat of more than 1,000 degrees. At this point, the fire was burning so hot that the heat caused the fusible links in the building's many...
About a serial killer arsonist.
...fire doors to melt, which meant that they had now rolled down. This is by design. It's meant to help compartmentalise the fire, limiting its oxygen. But in this case, it also trapped people inside. And those outside could only listen on, helplessly. According to later reports, those doors could have been opened manually, but at the time, for whatever reason, possibly inadequate health and safety training, no one was able to. Firefighters were on the scene in minutes, but this was a disaster. A huge building full of highly flammable materials and a sprinkler system that only covered half of it. By this point, Billy was beside himself, and he begged the firefighters to help him find his wife and grandson. They told him that they would get them out, and they really tried. They charged the line of fire with a fog nozzle, only to be blasted backwards within minutes. Then they tried the doors, and Billy tried with them, but they weren't budging. In the end, Billy and those with loved ones inside could only watch on helplessly as their entire worlds were destroyed. Ada Deal, Matthew Troidel, Jimmy Satina, Carolyn Krause. Not just statistics or names in a newspaper, but real people who were loved deeply. Unknown to you or I, but they shared with us the most important yet fleeting of things. A life. And in minutes, that was snatched away.
As a man, why are you dying to a fire? Are you gay?
Back on the ground, the local fire department was now in desperate need of help, and units from 9 different surrounding areas had been dispatched. But as the unit's fire captain listened into the radio, he was confused, because it looked like units were being dispatched in the wrong direction. And that's because 2 other fires had broken out. One at a grocery store about 3 miles south from Ole's, and then another arson attack in a larger supermarket about 6 miles east. The firefighters didn't know it then, but somebody was trying to create a distraction. In the end, it would take hours to bring the fire under control. By morning, all that was left was part of a crumbling external wall and a pile of smouldering ruins. It wouldn't take them long to find the fire's victims.
Yeah. I think him reading the sentence you just tried to type would have killed him too, but...
All 4 were found together in the northeast section of the store. According to the firefighters that found them, it appeared that Jimmy Satina and Carolyn Krause had re-entered the store to help others. All were found just 2 meters from the emergency exit door. Now the extent of the disaster was clear, everybody wanted answers, including the arson investigators that would arrive on the scene. Jim Allen, a California state fire marshal and arson investigator, remembered the scene being complete chaos. He'd arrived a little after Glendale fire arson investigator John Orr, who had been assigned as the arson explosives supervisor. The 2 men were highly experienced, and though they covered 2 different areas, they knew each other well. They both went straight to work trying to figure out what had happened. They spent hours working their way through the rubble, looking for evidence of a point of origin, the place where the fire could have started. But their investigation had to pause. This was now a crime scene, and the LASD, the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, would be taking over. And it was mere hours later when a sergeant called everyone on the scene for a meeting to declare the findings. An electrical problem in the attic. Both Jim Allen and John Orr were furious. They made this abundantly clear. This investigation had happened far too quickly, but law enforcement and fire department relations were tenuous. Long story short, the LASD outranked them, and they were publicly reminded of that fact. There was a full-blown argument, but eventually the arson investigators gave in and spent the night drinking beers and cursing the sergeant. John in particular was livid. Jim specifically remembered feeling overwhelming guilt, but they both knew better than to try and go up against the entire Los Angeles Sheriff's Department. So, for now at least, they let it go. For John, though, the circumstances surrounding the fire were far beyond the realms of coincidence. You see, that night, John was called out to those 2 supermarket fires. They were both determined to be arson. 2 fires set in potato chip display stands. It was the perfect crime. Potato chips are extremely oily and therefore extremely flammable. This wasn't the first time this had happened, though. In fact, this person was so notorious for doing this, they'd earned themselves a nickname, the Frito Bandito. John...
I'd be pissed. I'm like, that's a fucking stupid nickname. Don't give me that.
explained to Jim Allen that he thought the potato chip fires were supposed to be distractions from the Bandito's real fire, Ole's. Arson investigators in the LA metropolitan area had been compiling information about the so-called Frito Bandito for a while now. It was called, rather appropriately, the Potato Chip File. They theorized that this Frito Bandito character was also responsible for a number of other fires which had started in similar ways. The MO seemed to be striking...
Congrats, Jafet, that's your new nickname.
...similar each time. The fires always set in highly combustible materials, always in a retail store, and always during opening hours. And in one of those fires, they'd collected what appeared to be a delayed incendiary device. A cigarette, burning down to 3 matches, wrapped in a rubber band. By the time arson investigator John Orr got the
Yeah, because I'm already a huge person myself. Stupid ass.
news of the suspicious potato chip,
Yeah, and of course I'm not getting huge just doing this. I'm doing this for XP as well. If I happen to get one here, I'd be happy. I'm doing this specifically for XP though.
fires that happened alongside Ole's to the investigator who'd been pulling together this potato chip file, it was too late. The wreckage left behind at Ole's had been cleared, and with it, any evidence of arson. If this was the Frito Bandito, investigators were out of luck. They'd just have to wait for him to strike again. And well, wouldn't you know it? A few days later, another hardware store, the Builder's Emporium of North Hollywood, went up in flames. And then, a few months later, another, smaller Ole's, again in Pasadena, nearly suffered the same fate.
If that's the case, Leah, why do you not have Breakables 99? Why do you not have Gift Mastery 99? Why do you not have Fruit Mastery 99? Answer that, bitch. Sorry.
Luckily, the fire was put out almost immediately.
No, it is that, but like I said, I realized, hold on, let me show you. At 90, you get right now I think it's, 10% chance. Then it's a 25% chance, better drops, better odds, and then at 99, obviously this. Know what I mean? Which is a better chance overall.
Immediately, but it could have been a
Because
disaster
you're grinding last
because
area.
thousands
Well,
were
you haven't
gathered
gotten
along
the
the
diamonds
nearby
yet.
street for an annual parade. These two hardware store fires should have set a larger investigation in motion, but they didn't. Back then, the systems just weren't in place. You see, John wasn't part of the Pasadena arson unit. He was part of the Glendale unit. He'd just been dispatched to Pasadena the night of the Ole's fire because he was in the area. As for the LAFD investigator and his potato chip file, well, his responsibility was the city of Los Angeles, not Pasadena. All this to say,
Real.
Los Angeles City is huge, and Los Angeles County is even bigger. And communication wasn't great. It could, and arguably should have all ended there, because the arson team on the scene of that second Ole's fire found something strange at the fire's point of origin. A delayed incendiary device, made up of, you guessed it, a cigarette, burning down to 3 matches, wrapped in a rubber band. This was absolutely the same guy, and later on, it would become clear that this was more than just a piece of evidence to be bagged and entered into a system. It was a message from the arsonist. And that message was loud and clear. I'm still here, and not a single one of you are smart enough to catch me.
The coming of fall.
She doesn't have 9 billion, y'all. She's a liar. And she's special needs.
California heralds.
Don't believe that dumb bitch. At 4chan. I already said it for you. You can't say it now.
The arrival of strong winds. Monos in the north. Santa Anas in the south. Sometimes bitingly cold, but more often hot, and always dry. The problem is usually less acute in the north because the intensity of the wind is less. However, in the south, the variety of heavy vegetation covering the hillsides and mountain slopes dehydrates, preheats, and becomes an open tinderbox.
Ah, California. The American dream writ large. Why you can reach out anywhere and pick an orange, Steinbeck once sardonically mused. And it never gets cold. Well, actually it does. And it also gets
Send a screenshot right now.
very hot. In fact, it's a state that sees more wildfires than any other. According to one bioclimatologist, in pretty much every single way, a perfect recipe for fire is just written in to California. It's hot, it's dry, and at certain points in the year, it's windy too. The Santa Ana and the Diablo winds, as they're known, are part of the state's natural weather cycle, but they massively increase the wildfire risk. They make it a lot easier for fires to spread. And whoever was responsible for the alarming increase of fires on the foothills of Northern California in the years after the Olays fire absolutely knew this. With Olays now bulldozed and the report conclusively stating that it was an accidental fire that had started in the electrical system of the attic, arson and Olays were not to be talked about publicly or privately or even acknowledged, let alone in the context of a serial arsonist. And in the years that followed, residents in the towns of the northern LA metropolitan area began to get hammered once again by a string of arson fires. Glendale, Burbank, Pasadena, Crescenta Valley. Like clockwork, fires would break out, usually on a foothill somewhere, usually after 4 p.m. And other fires too, set in alleyways or carports or trash cans filled with debris, often within blocks of one another. Fires, and then distraction fires. It was Glendale, the fourth largest city in LA, located about 10 miles north of downtown, that seemed to be getting hit the hardest though. Reported arsons were up 78% in 1985. This was John Orr's territory, and the problem was so bad that he was now part of a two-man arson investigation unit. Of course, it didn't take long before that unit began to attribute some of these fires to the work of a single arsonist. Likely the same arsonist that had set the potato chip fires, because the arsonist's calling card, that delayed incendiary device consisting of a single cigarette, was being found seemingly everywhere. Was this, the unit began to ask, the Frito Bandito? Quote, "It appears his operations have stepped up quite a bit lately. Fortunately, nobody has been hurt, but every time he lights a fire, there's a greater chance somebody is going to get hurt," commented Dennis Wilson, one half of the Glendale arson unit. And he's not kidding, people were barely escaping with their lives. In one particularly terrifying instance, a basement garage fire blocked a family's only exit from their burning 2-story apartment building. Even the firefighters were surprised that they managed to survive. In spite of all the evidence, the lone arsonist theory was far from a widely held view. Quote, "We're not attributing it to the same person, but we're not ruling the possibility out," commented the captain of the nearby Burbank Fire Department. The fact that the arsonist would take month-long breaks.
Why is the bacon for... Is some Reddit humor?
Only to come back with slight tweaks to his previous MO certainly didn't help matters. But he'd always come back, and when he did, things would always escalate. By 1986, it was Doug Staub's turn on the Glendale arson unit. In the year and a half he worked within the unit, he saw more fires than he did for the rest of his career combined. It was bad. Hundreds of acres were being set alight. Entire homes...
Aren't you Muslim?
...burned to the ground. But something had changed now. Working together, the two began to find the same cigarette and 3-match incendiary devices. But this time, they had coins attached to them. It didn't take them long to realise that the arsonist had done this to give weight to their devices. These devices were being found so often that the arsonist had earned themselves a brand new nickname, the coin tosser, and oh how relevant that second part of the name will eventually become. It was also around this time that the arson investigation teams, particularly those in Glendale, started getting the first witness descriptions. A white man with dark hair, normal height, average build, in his 20s, maybe early 30s, driving a van or maybe a truck. Not exactly specific, but it did at least narrow it down. Still, as the summer of '86 drew to a close, the Glendale arson units were no closer to catching the elusive coin tosser, and so a series of bizarre mind games began. At one point, after his trademark device was found on a particularly bad hillside fire that had destroyed several homes, investigators began theorizing that the arsonist was disguising himself as a photographer and then returning to the scene to watch, perhaps taunt, investigators. Then of course there was the time he showed up at a gift and home accessories store in Burbank. When the inevitable fire started, the owner of that store wasn't able to get through to emergency services. When she escaped the store, she luckily ran into a deputy sheriff just hanging out in the alleyway. Panicking, she told him she was really worried about the old man living next door. And then this mysterious deputy sheriff quickly sprang into action, jumping the fence to warn the man. When the firefighters finally arrived, the elusive sheriff was nowhere to be seen. Of course, the sheriff was the coin tosser playing yet more mind games, though he had just made himself extremely recognisable to the shop owner, which feels like one of those decisions that will have consequences somewhere down the line. That's the weird thing about the coin tosser. He makes some pretty risky and brazen choices, yet somehow, he always has this uncanny ability to disguise himself, to blend into a crowd. Every time Doug and John thought they had something, a suspect...
Why do you think I got the LGBTQ shovel, bitch? I'm trying to dig.
A clear van description, for example. They chased the lead all around town and would always come to nothing. Still, there could be no doubt that things were now escalating. And with that escalation came the risk of making a mistake. But if investigators were going to catch this guy, that mistake would need to be a big one. Something undeniable that would be impossible to explain away. Something like a fingerprint.
I don't think there's any. I think she's lagging. I don't think there's any sponsor.
Now, if you were an arsonist that wanted to really send a message, there could be no better place than the conference that was due to take place on the 13th of January, 1987. It was 3 years after the fire at Ole's hardware store, and the California Conference of Arson Investigators was gearing up for its annual 2-day seminar in the city of Fresno, California, about 4 hours drive north from LA. It's a conference that's about as exciting as it sounds, and it's 200...
No shot, that's an extension. No shot. Auto skip. Unpaid self-promotion. Oh wow. So I just did a bunch of shit for it, so thank you, Leah. I didn't know that. I just have a bunch of shit now. Oh wait, what? Fucking bitch.
142 attendees were expecting the usual. No one could have predicted the chaos that was about to unfold. Starting on the first day of the conference, a string of fires would break out along a 100-mile stretch of California's Highway 99 over a period of 3 days. Starting at the conference in Fresno, running all the way back down to a city called Bakersfield. At first, the fires were small. In Fresno, a sleeping bag display was set on fire at a drugstore. Within an hour, another fire was set in a bin of foam pillows in a fabric store. And then less than 48 hours later, on Thursday the 15th of January, another fabric store went up in Fresno. And this time, the fire was big. It caused $300,000 worth of damage and created a blast that blew out all of the store's windows. Once again, it was a miracle that nobody was hurt, or worse. Scott Baker, an arson investigator with the Californian State Fire Marshal, arrived on the scene that day. Oh, he knew it was arson all right, but this many arsons in a city that was holding an arson investigators conference? Some things are just beyond coincidence, and alarm bells were going off. The very next morning, Friday the 16th of January, 40 miles south from Fresno, another fire erupted in a surplus store in a city called Tulare, again in a sleeping bag display, and then 45 minutes later, on the other side of the city, there was another fire, this time in a bin full of foam pillows at a discount store. But the arsonist wasn't done yet. A few hours later, an hour south down the highway from Tulare, 2 more fires broke out in a city called Bakersfield. The first in a craft store, and the second in a fabric store, both in, you guessed it, a display bin full of synthetic materials. Only this time, the arsonist messed up. Because called to the scene of the first fire in Bakersfield, the one at the craft store, was an arson investigator called Marvin Casey, and no prizes for guessing what he was about to find. Now, the fire in the craft store hadn't been that bad. The manager had noticed it right away and put it out with a fire extinguisher. This left a white powdery residue at the fire's point of origin, which Marvin noticed straight away. It was a wooden bin that was at one point full of decorative synthetic flowers. Marvin poked his head inside, and right there at the bottom, he saw something. A delayed incendiary device. The delayed incendiary device. And right next to it, a small piece of yellow-lined notepaper. He carefully picked both up and put them in an evidence bag.
What do you mean?
Later that day, Marvin received a call from Scott Baker, the arson investigator up in Fresno, and it was here, finally, that the dots started to connect. The same incendiary device, right down to the brand of cigarette and the number of matches, was found in one of Scott's Fresno fires, and the witness descriptions, though fairly vague, were all similar. A dark-haired man, of average height and average build, acting suspiciously just before the fires had broken out. If this arsonist wanted attention, he was about to get it.
Probably. Tons of shit in this game don't work. Give me 1 second. Be right back. Sorry about that, I had to go steal a straw from my grandma. Yeah, she has like 50 of them. Had to steal one, sorry Granny. Not really, I'm not sorry. Ow. That hurt.
Now, if you're an arsonist and you're gonna mess up, Marvin Casey, or Marv as he's called by those who know him, is probably one of the worst people to mess up around. Don't let his thick southern accent and congenial Texan charm fool you. Marv is as incisive as they come. In one book he's described as a man with the squint of a frontier lawman in his eye, which may be a little theatrical, but Marv is a pretty theatrical guy. Because the morning after his call with Scott, Marv got into work, and he sat at his desk, and he got to thinking, and then he invited Scott to his office. 20 years of experience as an arson investigator, leading him up to this point. But when Scott finally arrived, Marv broke it down to him like this. The fires in Fresno took place the day before the arson conference, and shortly after it had finished. Then the guy travels back from Fresno, down Highway 99 back to his home, probably somewhere in LA, setting fires as he goes. And the devices, the methods used, this guy knew what he was doing. He knew which materials to choose, he knew how to set up the device just so. What if, Marv said to Scott, this was one of the arson investigators? Now, Scott didn't immediately shoot him down, but if they were in the realm of what ifs, then wasn't it worth asking the obvious? What if this was all just a weird coincidence? Maybe. But at this point, Marv was hooked. He couldn't stop thinking about it. So he sent the evidence, the small piece of paper, to a lab, hoping for a fingerprint. And while he was waiting for the results, he got the conference roster. 242 attendees. And he narrowed down that list by looking at who would have been driving south down Highway 99 back to LA, whether or not they had left on their own, what time they'd checked out. He made a lot of calls, pissed a lot of people off. But in the end, he had his list. 55 arson investigators. 55 suspects. And then he got the call. On that small scrap of yellow paper, they'd found a fingerprint. And it wasn't a match to anyone in the criminal database. Whoever left that print didn't have a criminal record. Now this was in line with Marv's theory, so he immediately called the higher-ups, the ATF, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms and Explosives. But to describe the special agent on the other end of the phone as sceptical would be an understatement. Pulling the prints of 55 arson investigators would mean going to each of their respective fire units and pulling their physical fingerprint cards. And anyway, he said, the evidence just doesn't warrant that. So, thanks for the theory, but no thanks, and good luck with it all. I couldn't get anyone to believe me, Marv remembered, because they didn't want to believe me. Needless to say, Marv was bitterly disappointed. The whole thing had made him an outcast. Many of his fellow investigators shunned him. He knew that he couldn't take it further. At least, not right now. Not without losing his job. He would just have to wait until the arsonist struck again. That wait would be a long one. 2 years, to be precise. But eventually, as you now know, our lone arsonist is not a very good decision maker. And he just can't help himself. This time, the Arson Investigators Conference was in Pacific Grove, a city on the coast, about 5 hours' drive north of Los Angeles. It was the same pattern. Fires along the highway leading south from the conference, all in foam padding or pillows, many of them with the trademark device. Just like the Fresno Bakersfield fires, just like the coin tosser. And those devices were wrapped in the same yellow notebook paper as the ones found at the first Arson Investigators Conference. Of course, it didn't take long for Marv to hear about this, and by the end of March 1989, he'd cross-referenced that conference list with the old one, using the same criteria. And now he didn't have 55 names. He had 10. Perhaps unsurprisingly, the higher-ups at the ATF were now much more willing to pull the prints from the Arson Investigators' various fire units. This was it. Marv had him. It was over. Or at least it should have been. There was just one small problem.
Anyway, I'm sorry, Marv. It's not a match for anyone on the list.
This just didn't make sense to Marv. He was so sure that he was right. But if the fingerprints weren't a match to any of the arson investigators on the list, then that was that. And when you really thought about it, it did kind of sound like some ridiculous HBO film starring Ray Liotta. Now you're probably thinking, what about the other ATF agent? And what about all the other devices that were found? And they're good questions. But you see, at the time, Marv hadn't known about the devices found by any of the other arson investigators. The Frito Bandito, the coin tosser. Like I said before, departmental communication just wasn't happening in the way that it should. If it had, things may have been different. But here's the thing you need to know about Marv. He's stubborn, and deep down, he knew he was right. There were just too many coincidences. But what was he going to do? Start accusing a fingerprint expert of getting it all wrong? They'd just laugh him out the door. A small city arson investigator, a country bumpkin, with his crazy conspiracy theories that didn't even have evidence. He knew what they were saying about him behind closed doors. He was a joke to them. But he knew something else, too. This guy, whoever he was, wasn't going to stop. Marv knew arsonists, and he knew arson investigators. This guy had messed up before, and he would mess up again. And once more, Marv was just going to have to wait. And he wouldn't have to wait very long. Because this arsonist's fires were messages. And once again, that message was loud and clear. Clearly, none of you are smart enough to stop me. So, I guess I'll just burn it all.
IRL trading.
Between December 1990 and March 1991, the Los Angeles area was hit with a number of arsons, the likes of which it had never seen before. The arsonist was back, and he was trying to burn LA to the ground. Store after store after store. These weren't small fires either. Entire department stores were being burned to the ground at peak shopping periods. Some of these stores were filled with hundreds of customers who barely escaped with their lives. Some of them contained large toy sections that kids were browsing with their parents. Again, how nobody died during these attacks is a complete mystery. These fires caused millions of dollars worth of damage. It was a disaster. People were getting paranoid. Any abandoned shopping bag or package would prompt a call to emergency services. The bigger retail establishments even started hiring extra security. These fires were strategic and malicious. Fires and then distraction fires, always the same MO. The point of origin always in a display rack of synthetic materials, usually cushions or pillows of some type. And then the delayed incendiary device started popping back up again. It was out of control. Towards the end of this spree, the arsonist had started 5 fires within a 2-hour period in one small area. And if you're exasperated right now, don't worry. Do you remember how I said that communication between departments just wasn't that great back then? Well, it turns out if you burn enough buildings to the ground, that'll change. I guess it should come as no surprise to anyone that while setting fires near an arson investigators conference will certainly get you some attention, going on a full-on GTA-style timed rampage mission in central Los Angeles is going to get you the full 5 stars. So welcome back again to the ATF, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco and Firearms, the big guns, the folks that investigate at the city and state level with the big fires, especially if it entails arson for profit or organised crime. Their focus is on the multi-jurisdictional stuff, and they're brought in when special agents needed to work a big case. And oh boy were they needed. In early 1991, in response to these fires, a new task force was created, and with that, the coin tosser received his final name, the Pillow Pyro. Now, to be fair, the Pillow Pyro Task Force, as they were known, hadn't connected the most recent fires with any of the other fires that I've mentioned, but they will. Now, this was a fairly small task force, known internally as the Three Amigos, and these guys are important to the story, so let's get to know them quickly. First up, you've got Glenn Lucero, an armed veteran, firefighter, and now detective. Then you've got Ken Croak, a young rookie cop who had a bit of a rep as a party animal, but would later use that to go undercover and take down a biker gang. And finally, April Carroll, a young and ambitious graduate with a reputation for walking and thinking quicker than most could keep up with. Then there was the Amigos' supervisor, Mike Matassa. Just before taking on the Pillow Pyro case, he'd been promoted to supervisor due to his success rate, but deep down, he wasn't in love with the admin. He was an LAPD street cop at heart, and he looked like he had the scar to prove it, but it was actually just from falling out of the crib as a baby, a fact which he shared with his colleagues on more than one occasion. Anyway, he was a really good detective, and he was itching for a case like this. Safe to say, with an entire task force dedicated to hunting him down, the Pillow Pyro's days were numbered. There was no more hiding. It was time to find out who this monster really was. With the fires becoming more frequent and more aggressive, Matassa and the Three Amigos knew that time wasn't on their side. So the task force came up with a plan. They'd seen the pattern in those LA fires. They had to start connecting the dots, and fast. They began spreading the word, and in March 1991, a Pillow Pyro bulletin was presented by an LAFD investigator at a Fire Investigators Regional Strike Team meeting. This was a group formed by the small foothill cities of the northern LA metropolitan area, mostly attended by any city that didn't have its own big arson investigation unit. That day, the investigator presented the Pillow Pyro's MO, outlined examples of fires, advised on what to do and what to be on the lookout for, and then handed out a flyer detailing the signature device to a room full of arson investigators. Now, most attendees sat there and listened dutifully, another day, another meeting, but as soon as those flyers were handed out, one of those attendees felt his blood run cold. It was Scott Baker, arson investigator from the California State Fire Marshal. He'd seen that device before. 4 years ago in Fresno, he and Marv had discussed it to death. And now, here it was, on a piece of paper, right in front of him. He wanted to speak up there and then, but he had to stop himself. It hadn't exactly been the most well-received theory back then, and if Marv was right, Scott may be sitting in a room with the arsonist right now. So he waited, and then when the meeting was done, he had a quiet word with the LAFD investigator. He told him that he needed to tell him something really important. "Not here though," he said. "Meet me outside in the middle of the parking lot." This spooked the investigator, who probably thought it was all a bit dramatic, but he obliged. And there, in the middle of the parking lot, Scott shared the theory. He told him everything. And then he dropped a bomb. "We didn't just find the same devices that you did. We found something even better. A fingerprint." I'm sure you can imagine the look on Marv's face when the three amigos from the Pillow Pyro task force came strolling through his office door. He pulled out all of his intel. One of the amigos, Glenn Lucero, remembered listening politely as Marv began regaling his theory in careful and elaborate detail. At the time, Glenn remembered thinking that, quote, it was interesting, but that Marv had already worked it to death. True, and perhaps more importantly, as they would find out, when it came to that all-important fingerprint, there wasn't actually a match. In contrast to Marv, the amigos were decidedly unexcited about this theory. Still, they took the evidence back with them and half-heartedly trotted out the theory to Mike Matassa. They explained that, yes, there was a fingerprint, but there were no matches. And Matassa, cautiously optimistic, just said, "So, let's run it again." And just like that, the fingerprint was being run through a much more enhanced process, using newer techniques that were more reliable. They now had access to a computer, for example, that scanned the print and gave it a score, and that computer could scan not only arson investigator fingerprints, but all the fingerprints of all the country's law enforcement officers, and anyone who'd ever applied for a law enforcement job, such as a fire investigator who had applied and failed to get into the LAPD 20 years earlier, for example. And I'm sure you can probably guess what happened next. The computer found a match. There it was, clear as day. April remembers having to sit down as she was
I
told.
have the results here for the 1987 Bakersfield fire. Listen, we have a really weird result here. You ought to tell your arson investigators to keep their mitts off the evidence. It was touched by John Leonard Orr, left ring finger. Isn't he an arson investigator up in Glendale?
John Leonard Orr,
Bakersfield.
the well-respected arson investigator from Glendale that you'd met at the beginning. The man who had first come up with the theory of the lone arsonist. The man who had convinced his police partners to chase the arsonist all over town. The man who had been so insistent that the fire at Ole's was arson. Nobody could believe what they were hearing. There had to be some kind of explanation. John Orr, of all people, he was a leader in his field. Everyone knew about his success rate in finding the point of origin. At the time, they were all thinking that there had to be a mistake. Maybe the computer got it wrong. So they spoke to Marv and they asked him, "Is there any way that anyone other than you could have touched that paper in a professional capacity?" To which Marv answered unequivocally, "No." It was exactly as they had expected. Why would John be an investigator at a Bakersfield fire 2 hours from his jurisdiction in Glendale? Right there and then, all doubt went out the window. Of course, on the other end of the line, Marv suspected that they'd found something. They told him that they had, but they couldn't tell him, and he was pretty mad about this. He felt that he had the right to know. Eventually, the amigos caved and told him. Shivers went down his spine. John had trained him. Glenn Lucero, 1/3 of the amigos, felt the same way. At one point, Glenn had been neighbours with John and had been invited to his Christmas parties. As a fellow firefighter, he'd also gone to many of his arson talks. He'd read the papers that John had written. They were really good. Now, you might imagine that this would be a...
I don't know why they took it down either. And Pet Sim, this is random off the video. I don't know why they got rid of it, but there was a literal stand right here that was talking about an election. And it said future update. And then they got rid of it. I'm like, why the fuck would they get rid of that? That's a good thing. Yeah, there's a podium right here that said election. and it said future update. I don't know why they got rid of it. I like that idea. Fuck it. The best idea of the Skyblock.
A smoking gun. There would be no way that John would be able to explain this, and so he would immediately be arrested and charged. But that isn't quite how it worked. Remember, the Pillow Pyro Task Force only knew about the most recent LA fires, and now the string of fires at the 1987 arson conference. They didn't know about anything else. But of course, they knew there would be more. They now had to start looking at every other suspicious fire, which meant that they had to start digging through other departments' files, only alerting those who absolutely had to know, certainly not John. They didn't know it then, but they were looking down the barrel of more fires than they could have ever possibly anticipated. This case was about to go deep, because the coin tosser fires, the Frito Bandito fires, Ole's hardware store, were all John. With the depth and complexity of this case, they needed time. Better still, with the notorious difficulty in compiling solid evidence in cases of arson is a prosecuting attorney's nightmare, they ideally needed to catch him in the act. So more people would have to be brought onto the task force. And on top of that, they needed to start tracking him. So they applied for a court order to stick an electronic tracking device to the bottom of his car. And when they were granted one a few weeks later, they began planning for a stakeout. And their timing couldn't have been better, because in a few days, John would be attending another arson investigators conference. And I'm sure not a single one of them had any clue as to the very, very strange game they were about to play. Starting on Saturday the 27th of April, 1991, the Amigos, Matassa, and a newly expanded task force followed John's every move. This time, the Arson Investigators Conference was due to start on Monday the 29th of April, and John was due to make the 3-hour drive north on Sunday. So the team dutifully parked themselves just out of sight and waited. Just as they expected, John left his home that Sunday morning right on time, and a few hours later, the real stakeout began. Of course, nighttime arrived, and aside from managing to stick a tracking device on John's car, what started as a relatively exciting and adrenaline-pumping task quickly turned into a mind-numbingly boring one. It was hot, and the surveillance van was stifling. Everybody was desperate for something, anything to happen. And then just like that, it did. On Monday the 29th of April, 1991, after that day's talks were over, the task force watched as John walked inside a drugstore and walked back out again a few minutes later. They held their positions, waiting for signs of a fire. But there was nothing. So they sent someone in to see what John had purchased, and the person at the counter handed them a receipt. That receipt was for a pack of Marlboro cigarettes, and John was a non-smoker. It seemed like he was gearing up for the big event, which of course put everybody on high alert, and that was just as well because a few days later, May 3rd, John left the conference for a lunch break. He got in his car, drove around for a little while, and then they all watched on in horror as he, seemingly out of nowhere, pulled over, got out of his car, bent down, and looked straight at the tracking device. The task force were convinced that their cover was blown, but then something even stranger happened. John got back in his car and he booked it. He drove like a bat out of hell, and the task force had no choice but to tail him. They followed him all the way to a police station and watched as he went inside and then ran back out, only to shoot off again in some other direction. The Amigos remember running inside and flashing their badges and demanding to know what happened. The lieutenant in the station explained that John had thought he had an explosive device and he was on his way to a specialist to get it looked at. The team couldn't believe it. They had to call this explosives expert and tell them, whoever they were going to have to lie and do it convincingly, else the whole case could be blown. And so the explosives expert does his best. He tells John, it's a prank, a dud explosive, and John seemingly buys it. So the task force was still good for now, but John's strange behaviour did leave them with a few questions. If John really did believe that was an explosives device, then why was he driving like a maniac with it still attached to the car? And if that's what he really thought, then why did he even get back in the car in the first place? This, coupled with the fact that John failed to set any fires over the next few days, made the team wonder if John was in fact onto them. But still, they were left with no choice. The DA had been clear. They needed more than circumstantial evidence. They needed to catch John in the act. So they followed John back home, attached another tracking device to his car, this time smaller, and waited for something big to happen. They needed John to set a fire. Short of a confession, it was the only thing that was going to work. Of course, at this point, a confession would be nice, but it's not like John was going to write a whole bunch of his crimes in a book and then try to get that book published. I mean, it's ridiculous.
It's not like you try to write a book and say he did everything. It's not like he'd do that. That'd be stupid. Why would he do that?
Of course, at this point, a confession would be nice, but it's not like John was going to write a whole bunch of his crimes in a book and then try to get that book published. I mean, it's ridiculous.
I don't know why that just took me out, but that shit's funny as fuck. That shit... I don't know why that took me out. It's not like he'd write a book and just admit everything. He wrote everything he did in a book and tried to get it published. Oh my god. That's fucking funny.
Ridiculous, perhaps, but no one is exempt from John's poor decision-making skills. Not even John himself. It was about a month later when the Amigos received a frantic call from John Orr's boss. He had something big, because John had just handed him a rough copy of a novel he'd been working on, called Points of Origin. And that novel bore some striking similarities to the crimes they were investigating. The Amigos simply could not believe what they were reading. Just listen to this book's accompanying cover letter, which was...
I don't know. I found a person named Dumbest Bitch on PetSim. I know that's you. I don't even gotta ask.
Written, funnily enough, on the same day they got John's fingerprint results.
April 17th, 1991. Common criminals seem to have one characteristic they all share: the need to distance themselves from their crimes as quickly as possible. All criminals, that is, except the arsonist. The arsonists stay close by, and sometimes even participate in the discovery and eventual extinguishment of their fires. My novel, Points of Origin, is a fact-based work that follows the pattern of an actual arsonist who had been setting serial fires in California over the past 8 years. He has not been identified or apprehended, and he probably will not be in the near future.
I had 15 of them. I bought 15 of them when they came out in the store. I paid with gems. And my stupid ass didn't like waiting, so I immediately sold them all a piece for 15 mil when that was the price for them.
As in the real case, the arsonist
in my novel is a firefighter. And he's the only one that knew that, because we didn't at that point.
Just look at Matassa's face. Needless to say, the task force felt like they had won the lottery. The significance of this book and this specific letter simply cannot be overstated. And, you know, a word of warning for anyone out there who's trying to do bad things and get away with them. Maybe don't write about yourself committing any crimes in a book. And especially don't try and get that book published. Feel like those are pretty intuitive.
That shit would piss me off. That shit would piss me off if I was an officer so goddamn bad. I'd be like, we did all this work and this dumb bitch is trying to make a book. Must have been Leah. Just as dumb as him. Probably dumber.
Rules to follow if you plan on getting away with anything. But needless to say, those days were long gone. The entire cover letter and concept of the book was so fundamentally damning for a very simple reason. Even if John had some kind of inkling that a firefighter was responsible for the fires in his area, the city of Glendale, and even if he knew about some kind of ATF investigation into a serial arsonist, he shouldn't have known that this investigation went beyond Los Angeles, or that a firefighter, which all arson investigators are by the way, was at the centre of it. The ATF had only just found out themselves. Marv didn't even know it. It was written on the day that the results came back from the fingerprint analysis. Oh, and this was just the start. The book John had written was a goldmine. After all, it's not every day that the criminal you're chasing writes his own fanfic, but today was that day. Jokes aside, it's actually truly egregious that John thought he could do something like this and get away with it. It speaks volumes as to who John really is. The arrogance is actually pretty astounding. This was something that became apparent when the task force began to work their way through the chapters, poring over every page, reading in vivid detail about Aaron Stiles, the antagonist, the firefighter turned arsonist. Aaron was a loner and insecure, getting little attention in his day-to-day life. His fires gave the much-needed attention he craved, providing him with feelings of importance and recognition. He was, after all, the only one who knew how the fire started. And didn't that make him a very important person? Hated it when he wasn't properly recognised. Aaron was so furious that he set a nearly identical fire 2 days later at another hardware store. Aaron reached into his pocket and found a handful of coins. He tossed the device out the window, watching an alley lined with apartment buildings. Each 2-story building had carports off the alley. This fire would start off his day. Aaron headed to the annual Arson Investigators Conference. He walked towards the nearby fabric store. He was scared, but the fear excited him. He slipped in the front door and found piles of pillow stuffing pieces of foam in various sizes. No one paid any attention to him. He looked into the store and could see the displays igniting as the fire built to fill the entire storefront. He felt fantastic. Aaron's body was found with Terence's clinging to her ankles. He rationalised the deaths as he did everything. It wasn't his fault. The people, to him, just acted stupidly. And their deaths had nothing to do with the fact that he set the fire. They just reacted too slowly. It was too bad about the baby, but shit, it wasn't my fault. It was exactly as they suspected. The Frito Bandito, the coin tosser, the pillowcase pyro. They were all Aaron. And Aaron was clearly John. And while this book obviously showed that John knew things about both the arson fires and their subsequent investigation that he simply should not have known, there was more to it than that. The other main character in this book, Phil Langtry, the hero of the story, the arson investigator that would eventually solve the puzzle and catch Aaron, the arsonist, also seemed to be John. To really understand this though, we need to look at John's background. So let's go over what the task force would have known about John while they were reading Points of Origin. John was born in '49 into an ordinary middle-class family. There was no real evidence that John had any real issues until he joined the workforce. He'd started out in the Air Force but was honourably discharged by the time he was 22. This was when John had decided that more than anything, he wanted to be a cop. In 1971, he began applying to the LAPD and the LASD, and he passed everything but the psychological exam, where the assessing psychiatrist would deem him unsuitable due to his emotionally unstable, overly passive personality which showed serious signs of problems with authority. Not accepting this assessment, John went and hired his own psychiatrist who said he was, quote, just fine. But funnily enough, this wasn't accepted by the LAPD, and a few years later, in 1973, he applied for the Los Angeles Fire Department, a highly competitive position. He failed both the physical and written exams. Finally, in 1974, he managed to get a job at the Glendale Fire Department, mostly because there were hardly any applicants and the job was the worst paid of its kind in the country. But John found this job to be unexciting, so
they swear. I'm about to start using that in dungeons.
he began working as a security guard at a 7-Eleven and then at a Sears department store where he caught 30 people in the first month, telling everyone who would listen that he had a, quote, cop's sixth sense. John, of course, was not a cop, something he was painfully reminded of in his pursuit of department store shoplifters who hardly listened to him when he attempted to chase them down. On more than one occasion, a real cop would have to get involved, which irritated John to no end. It was at this time that he got a concealed weapon permit and began hanging out at cop bars where he earned himself a reputation as a wannabe. The firefighters liked him just fine, but the cops, they thought he was a joke. He was constantly cruising around, trying to catch the bad guys, and once he even ended up in a local paper for catching a burglar. It was his first taste of being a real hero. For a man who had thus far failed at the majority of his most important life goals, and was now actively being mocked by those in a position he so desperately wanted to be in, this feeling was pretty damn intoxicating. Even if behind closed doors he was reprimanded for illegally carrying a firearm in his capacity as a firefighter. It was at this point, the late 70s.
See, I've always said I want to get a Chimera 5 Phantom Rod. Just, like, not even on some, like, oh, this is going to change the game, but just because of the fact, like, you attach it to someone, and then it's attached to them, and all you gotta do is just left click the entire time? Like, that sounds OP, I'm sorry.
That the arson fires started becoming a problem. So much of a problem that the Glendale Fire Department needed their very own arson investigator. Someone to hunt down the evil serial arsonist, a role that John was more than happy to oblige. However, John couldn't carry out his role appropriately without a cop by his side, who could actually make arrests, which, as I'm sure you can imagine, was humiliating for John. And you can really see this strange, often contradictory relationship that John has with police and authority more generally in his novel, Points of Origin. Just listen to how Phil Langtry, the main protagonist, talks about his cop partner, Ash. No, your ears are not deceiving you, that's actually his name. At about 8:15 p.m, his partner showed up, justifying his tardiness by saying he went to see the fire scene on his way to work. Just a poor, dumb cop, thought Phil. And then listen to this bit where his ex-wife, Marta, who he's still seeing, just like in real life, admits that she's been seeing a cop. I've been seeing someone, Marta confessed. Phil didn't respond. He's a cop. Phil lay silently fuming. He hated cops. There are many examples of these anti-cop diatribes throughout the book, but it's also interesting to note that this fixation with authority and power is also played out in the character of Aaron, who is referred to on multiple occasions as weak and pathetic. Quote, only a firefighter and not an arson investigator. In the end, just like in real life, it's clear that all Phil Langtry wants is for the cops to listen to him, to see him for the hero that he really is. In the last few chapters of the book, having convinced law enforcement of his superior intellect, Phil is, quote, fully in charge of the hunt for the serial arsonist, with everyone, including highly experienced special agents, putting aside their, quote, professional jealousies of the arson investigator, and allowing Phil to literally lead entire SWAT teams on high-speed chases and to kick down doors and wave his gun around. And just like in real life, civilians want to see some ID because, and I cannot emphasize this enough, John is not.
Oh yeah. That's my next dumb purchase.
The cop. And then Phil, starts shouting expletives at these poor people and waving his gun around, asking them if that qualifies as ID. Of course it didn't, on the grounds of either common sense or the law, but those things never stopped Book John or Real Life John, who was frequently issued warnings. Not for impersonating a cop, which he did, but that wouldn't be found out until much later, but let's say LARPing as a cop, taking things way too far, overstepping his boundaries. On one occasion, he was seen leaving the office in tears after one of these warnings before self-exiling into the forest for several days, only to return to the office when his fire chief dangled a promotion in front of him that would allow John, a clear beacon of mental stability and emotional control, peace officer status, which meant he could now carry a gun on the job. This was a crowning moment for him. Guns meant power, something John was desperately covetous of, but far too weak to actually wield responsibly. Later, he would say of this canon event, and I quote, an arson investigator wasn't totally a firefighter or totally a cop. We were bastard children, especially to real cops. But I had news for them. I wasn't a wannabe. I was a cop, whether they wanted to believe it or accept it. Full-time arson investigators in the state of California are defined in Penal Code Section 830 as law enforcement officers. Not sure who he's trying to convince here. Though I really don't want to, it would also be remiss of me not to mention the fact that Points of Origin contains many, many sexually explicit scenes which are so graphic that I can't read them out to you without violating both YouTube guidelines and probably a few social boundaries. Truth is, fires for John were at least in part sexually motivated. This pathology is something that John would offhandedly bring up to his colleagues on more than one occasion, and also in professional interviews where he once stated, quote, "Fire is an arsonist's friend, his lover. It's his fire. Sexually motivated fire setters treat their fires like that. They're friends, they're lovers. They instill confidence in them." Not to be recursive, but I cannot overstate just how congruent this book is with John's experiences. I say this because at a cursory glance, if you didn't know the finer details, you might assert that John, an arson investigator, is just writing what he knows. But the devil really is in the details. John can't help but slip up in this book. It almost feels deliberate at some points. Of course, it was pretty obvious to the task force that this book was a window into John's mind. It may not have been well written, it may not have even really made sense at points, but it nonetheless allowed the task force to really understand the true nature of what they were dealing with. It was just like in real life. Both characters, the arsonist and the arson investigator, were John. Now having this more in-depth understanding of his psyche, they knew it wouldn't be long before he had to set another fire. So they prepared their case and they waited. The process was painstakingly slow, but John was being followed 24/7. He just had to set one fire. And then, in November 1991, just as they predicted, John did just that. The tracking device placed him at an arson fire at Warner Brothers Studios. His wife had been working there at the time, and he was seen using her keycard to enter just moments before a fire broke out. On December 4th, 1991, the Amigos and the rest of the task force made their way over to John Orr's house and placed him under arrest. There was no worming his way out of this. Given all that they now knew, it was hardly surprising when they found a mountain of evidence stashed in his house and car: camcorder footage, incendiary devices, a pack of cigarettes, rubber bands, a badge which would allow him to impersonate a police officer, even the yellow-lined notebook paper. There were also additional chapters and drafts of his novel, as well as letters to editors which revealed much more specific details about his fires. You can only imagine the sheer look of joy on Marv's face. He wasn't allowed to take part in the arrest, he'd asked, but he knew all about it. He'd been right. The whole time, he'd been right. In the face of such overwhelming evidence that Matassa and the Amigos carefully displayed all over the interview room during John's first and only interrogation, everybody had expected a confession. But John didn't just deny any wrongdoing, he played completely dumb, telling his interviewers that they were crazy and that this was all a complete fantasy. And honestly, if you didn't know about the sheer weight of evidence that was about to be brought against him, you might be inclined to believe John. John certainly believed John. Just listen to this statement he gave to a journalist while he was out on bail and awaiting trial. Quote, "I won't say it's ruined my career because after the trials are over with, I fully intend to go back to work. I'm not going to give up a $70,000 a year job, a career that I've developed. It'll set me back a little bit, yeah, credibility-wise, but I fully expect to be exonerated, and to hell with it, I'm going back to work." Of course, when trial time arrived, it would become quickly apparent that there was only one place that John would be going, and it wasn't back to work. In July of '92, John was found guilty for the majority of the Fresno arson conference fires. Not all, but enough to earn him 30 years in prison. The defense tried to argue that it could all reasonably be a coincidence, but it was hard to argue much of anything, what with the fingerprint, the testimonies, including Marv's, and the evidence found at John's home, including this ridiculous letter that he'd sent out to a literary agency as a pitch for his book on June 3rd, 1991. My work is a fact-based novel of an ongoing investigation. A serial arsonist is setting fires throughout the West and is quite possibly a firefighter. The series has been going on for over 5 years, and I was even considered a suspect at one point. In early May of this year, I found a radio tracking device attached to my car while I attended a training conference. Ironically, my protagonist experiences the same situation. I'd already written the chapter dealing with the protagonist being tailed before I found that I was being followed. By the way, I'm not the arsonist, and the investigation here continues. My work is fictional. So John had known that...
By the way, it's not me. It wasn't me, by the way. I don't know if you knew that.
He was being followed the whole time. He knew that the task force suspected him, yet he chose not to say anything, not to even attempt to provide evidence of his innocence. I'm not really sure how he thought that one was going to play out, but safe to say, no one screws John harder than John screws himself. Now, there is, of course, a glaringly obvious piece of the story missing here, because that first trial had been about financial damage, risk to life and property, but not about the thing that mattered the most, the fact that John's actions had taken 4 lives. And there's a reason for that. Because the district attorney, in a masterful move that showed an extremely sophisticated understanding of John's psychological profile, had set up a trap. And John walked straight into it. On the 24th of March, 1993, looking down the barrel of another trial for the Pillow Pyro fires, plus the second round of arson conference fires, John took a plea deal and pleaded guilty to 3 more counts of arson in Los Angeles, on the proviso that he be allowed to serve all of his sentences concurrently and be paroled in 2002 when he'd be 53 years old. Oh, but make no mistake, John was doing the calculations. In his mind, he could whittle down those years with good behaviour, or perhaps get rid of it altogether with multiple appeals. His thinking was exactly what the prosecution had banked on. They could have gone for all of his crimes at once, but by doing things in this order, they had used John's arrogance against him. Specifically, his deeply held belief that no one was really smart enough to recognise the full extent of what he'd done. The prosecution knew it would be fairly easy to get John to admit to these quote-unquote lesser crimes in exchange for less time behind bars, something he never would have done if all those charges were lumped together. But now that he had admitted that, yes, he was an arsonist and also a pathological liar, he had unwittingly established a baseline level of guilt that would be impossible to walk back, though he would almost immediately try. Now, going into further trials, no reasonable person would entertain any notions of a conspiracy, and it would be significantly less difficult to convince the world that John was so much more than, by his own admission, an arsonist and a pathological liar. It was time for the mask to come off, and the world was about to find out what was underneath it. Not just a man who had set a few fires, but a cold-blooded killer. The hardware business prospered in the small community south of Pasadena. Hardware stores such as Cal's did well. Madeline Paulson went to the cluster of stores at least twice a week to shop. Tonight, she was babysitting her 3-year-old grandson, Terrence. She took him to the Baskin-Robbins ice cream store, and while standing in the parking lot, sharing a chocolate mint cone, she decided to entertain Terrence further by walking through Cal's. In less than 6 minutes, Madeline and Terrence would be dead. As she rounded the corner, she almost ran into a man with his hands in his pockets. She heard his breath suck in, and he mumbled his apologies as he continued on, and she continued to the back of the store with Terrence. Aaron glanced back over his shoulder and breathed a sigh of relief as he saw the woman and the kid were walking away. He pulled out his wallet and looked into it while he walked through an empty checkout line. His ploy worked. No one paid him any attention. Minutes later, Madeline heard a shrill whistling noise. Realizing now it was a smoke detector, her heart raced, and as she rounded the corner, she saw the smoke was now swirling around the ceiling. Madeline held Terrence close to her. She stared at the fire, fascinated, yet terrified. The emergency lights flashed on, but the huge amount of smoke blocked them completely, leaving them in complete darkness. Madeline's body was found with Terrence's clinging to her ankles. He rationalized the deaths as he did everything. It wasn't his fault. The people, to him, just acted stupidly. And their deaths had nothing to do with the fact that he set the fire.
They just reacted too slowly. It was too bad about the baby, but shit, it wasn't my fault.
While he'd swapped a few names around, the fire he'd set at Ole's had been one of the first chapters in his book. In May of 1998, it was read out in full to the courtroom in the presence of those that had lost their loved ones in the fire. There are some really graphic parts of this book that I've omitted, but it's important that you know, as the rest of the court did that day, that John chose to describe their final moments in an unusually horrifying amount of detail. As a result, John was now standing trial for murder, as well as 25 other fires, for which the death penalty was on the table. Even though all of the evidence in the trial was circumstantial, the case brought against John was damning. John's words, as they appear in the original copy of Points of Origin, line up almost perfectly with the events that took the lives of 4 people on the 10th of October, 1984. Billy, husband to Ada and granddad to Matthew, was brought to the stand where he would confirm that Matthew had desperately wanted a Baskin-Robbins ice cream that day. Not just any flavour, though. Specifically, mint chocolate chip. His favourite flavour. A small detail, but unforgettable to a courtroom who would then listen to the same story with that same detail again told in Points of Origin. The implications were crystal clear. There was only one way John could have known that detail. In spite of all of this, the fact that the fire was determined to be an electrical problem in the attic was still hanging over the prosecution's head. After all, it was an LASD sergeant who had come to that conclusion, so the prosecution brought to the stand an electrician who had wired Ole's store when it was built, and he told the courtroom in no uncertain terms that the wiring ran through the floor, not the attic. A blueprint pulled out by the prosecution would corroborate this. The LASD sergeant had been incorrect in his assessment. And wasn't it strange, asked the prosecution, that John was the only one who had insisted it was arson that night? Why was John so confident about the link between Ole's and the potato chip fires when nobody else was? Further to this, the court also heard from many of his colleagues how John had stonewalled investigations by, for example, claiming that he'd interviewed people who'd seen the serial arsonist when in reality he'd undertaken no such interviews. They also heard how John was notorious for being on the scene before firefighters had arrived, and when he was on the scene, they heard how he was unhelpful, preferring to give media interviews which gave away vital and confidential information about the so-called serial arsonists, or he'd take photographs rather than actually help put out the fires while they were still active. John was also correctly identified by a number of witnesses as the dark-haired, average-looking white man that had plagued investigators for years by a number of people, including the owner of the gift store in Burbank, who would testify that the deputy sheriff she'd seen in the alleyway, the one that had helped the old man but was nowhere to be seen when firefighters arrived, was without a doubt John Orr. And of course, the prosecution was quick to remind the courtroom that a badge that would have allowed John to undertake such an impersonation was found in his home. They then showed the court footage that John had taken on his camcorder of beautiful homes on the hillside, and then footage taken weeks or months later of those same homes on fire. Then the psychological evaluation that had gotten John a rejection from the LAPD all those years ago was read out loud. Non-acceptable applicant. Reason for rejection based upon his past history and results. Currently having marital problems with separation, recently walked off job, gave no notice. Supervisors gave him poor evaluation, described him as a goof-off and know-it-all, irresponsible and immature. The testing re-emphasised this. Rorschach showed him passive, indecisive, with problems with women and sex. The MMPI confirmed this and showed a schizoid person who is withdrawn from people and may have sexual confusion. Very non-objective. Diagnosis: personality trait disturbance, emotionally unstable personality. It's also interesting to note that that same psychiatrist would describe him as a bizarre profile, wanting of recognition yet hostile towards authority, passive yet also resentful. The dots weren't particularly hard to connect. John had wanted Ole's to be arson because he wanted to be the one to solve the case. He hated that he'd been steamrolled by a cop. He wanted to be the hero. He wanted to be right so badly that weeks later he would make contact with one of the victims' family members, who happened to be a police officer themselves, to tell them that he didn't think the Olays fire was accidental and to ask if they'd be able to provide a copy of one of the victims' autopsies. He then made a comment about the inside of the victims' throats, which mirrored the more graphic elements written in the book that I've omitted. And when that didn't work, he would set fire to another Olays department store a few months later, an event which also featured in the book. The defence did their best to demonstrate reasonable doubts, but the fact that John had pleaded guilty before was crippling. And on the 25th of June, 1998, John Leonard Orr was found guilty of all 4 murder charges and all but one of the arson counts. The decision on the death penalty was decided in a separate phase of the trial. Here, the jury would listen to survivors and families of those who had lost loved ones. Eventually, John's daughter would take the stand. She was well-spoken and thoughtful, and heartbroken. She loved and respected her dad, looked up to him. At the time, she believed he was innocent, so she asked that they show mercy. A few days later, John sat upright as the judge explained that the jury could not reach a decision and that the panel had deadlocked 8-4 in favour of the death penalty. John had avoided a death sentence, but he would spend every minute of his life in a cell with no possibility for parole. It may not have been the outcome that many wanted, but the mask was finally off. It was over.
Mask off. Mask off.
Most experts agree that John is likely guilty of far more fires and potentially deaths than we can ever possibly know about. All said and done, Matassa believes that John Orr set nearly 2,000 fires between...
Damn! Damn!
and 1991. And according to Glenn Lucero, there was a significant drop in all types of fires that John was known to set, with one source stating that that drop is as much as 90% for brush fires in the nearby foothill areas after John's arrest. That would most likely make John the most prolific American arsonist of the 20th century. The use of the word arsonist rather than pyromaniac is a deliberate one. Arson is the criminal act of setting fires, and pyromania is pathological. An illness, for a very simple yet extremely important reason. You see, for pyromaniacs, setting fires is an overwhelming impulse which is followed by a sense of relief or pleasure after the act. It's a, quote, uncontrollable impulse to set fires in which the gratification results from the fire itself, and not from any other motive like revenge or money. And this point is a very important one to make. You see, the defence tried to portray John as someone who had no control, who suffered from an illness, but as has been emphasised by both prosecution and numerous psychiatrists,
that boy ugly. Ew. Killer.
John actually isn't a great fit for the diagnostic criteria of a pyromaniac. Nothing emphasises this point more than a story told later by John's ex-wife. Because after a few years of marriage, John just upped and left her one day for seemingly no reason. Eventually, he tried to win her back, but she was having none of it, so she changed the locks. She didn't make the connection until much later, but fires started happening in nearby parks and mountains. Some of them got really close to her home, and when they did, John would be back at her house checking in on her. John did this a lot. She didn't altogether mind at the time because she'd had problems with a stalker since John had left. Someone knocking on the doors in the middle of the night, standing out in the shadows, watching her. It terrified her. Of course, the man in the shadows, she now knows, was John. John knew what he was doing. He knew that he was hurting people, taking things too far, ruining lives, but he continued to do it anyway. To this day, decades after John has set his last fire, he wholeheartedly maintains his innocence. He's even written a book about it, not Points of Origin, but Points of Truth, which can be summarised as, you're all wrong, it's all circumstantial, and I'm at the centre of a conspiracy. Over the years, many journalists have seemingly been stumped by John's behaviour, unable to make sense of the story they've just told. Does John really believe he's innocent? In those quiet moments inside of his prison cell, does he really believe that he is still the hero? Some have pondered if perhaps this vehement denial is the only thing that allows his fragile psyche to live with what he's done. I don't know if those are the right questions to ask.
I knew that was gonna happen, but I had to try it.
Do have to wonder, why did John write Points of Origin? Why write about crimes that you committed? Was there a part of John Orr that was trying to make sense of a deep internal struggle? As many have suggested, was this John's way of actually helping to catch the bad guy, which was, in the end, himself? Or was it just his way of bragging? Was he just so arrogant that he really thought everybody else would be too stupid to notice if he confessed to it all and swapped a few names around? While these are certainly interesting discussions to have, it's worth remembering, I think, that when it comes to any question that tries to get...
Oh, we just finished a video about the most prolific arsonist in American history. What?
Get at the heart of why John has done what he's done and why he continues to deny it in spite of all the evidence. John provided us with the most important clue a long time ago. After his arrest, still putting on the pretense of innocence, John was asked about why arsonists do what they do. And this is how he answered. Quote, "A murderer is an aggressive individual that confronts their victim and kills them, physically facing that person. An arsonist is weak, non-aggressive, an insecure type of personality."
Yeah, I figured.
In other words, arsonists are cowards, even if he can admit what he did to himself. He's far too weak to say it out loud to the people that needed to hear it the most. John's thought process is deranged, but I don't think it's particularly complicated. And anyway, if you ask me, I don't think it really matters what John thinks. John's brand of heroism was always an act, whether he thought it or not, a mask to hide the monster underneath. And all masks eventually slip.
Dang, she don't have any other long videos like that.
In 1986, a chilling revelation sent shockwaves through the FBI's Soviet counterintelligence section in Washington. Two prized Soviet informants, Valery Martinov and Sergei Motorin, had been compromised. Once exposed, the men were lured back to Moscow and brutally executed. A bullet in the head for each, the KGB's grim signature for traitors. The loss of the two agents, referred to affectionately within the FBI as M&M, marked an abrupt end to what had become routine covert meetings and intelligence exchanges. Parallel to this, the CIA, ensconced across the Potomac and Langley, grappled with its own nightmare. Over the years, dozens of their operatives in the Soviet Union had suddenly gone dark, were executed or imprisoned.
Hold on. Wait, was I kicked out? No way I was kicked out the Discord for the clan I was just... What? Fuck is it?
The FBI scrambled to form an elite investigative team to unravel the mystery. Yet, as the years wore on and the puzzle remained unsolved, the unsettling possibility of the traitor being one of their own lingered in the air like a bad smell. Determined to root out the mole, experienced analysts within the FBI's Soviet unit delved into archives of debriefings and reports, searching for a pattern, a clue, anything that might reveal a link to the betrayer. They honed in on an innocent agent. Meanwhile, the culprit, who was outwardly a devout Catholic, a loving husband and father of 6, and a trusted FBI agent, harbored a perilous secret. Robert Philip Hansen's decades-long path.
My name is Dr. Adi Jaffe, and I'm an ex-meth distributor who sold hundreds of pounds of meth. And this is how crime works. Being a meth dealer, sleeping in bed with the meth pipe next to you and a gun right to your right, and with hundreds of thousands of drugs in your closet is an insane endpoint. It's not normal. It was like my life got a hard reset. I mean, I had to go right to the beginning. I started selling meth because clients of mine wanted access to meth. And so I started out buying very small amounts from street dealers that I knew personally. So an 8-ball, which is 3.5 grams at a time. The labs I saw in Southern California were a joke compared to even the makeshift labs that Walter had in the RV in Breaking Bad. They were using pots and pans, they were using cups and glasses. It looked like a more typical idea of a messy kitchen that you would see in somebody who was addicted to meth than an actual lab. You know, they rarely had glass beakers or flasks or anything of the sort. The easiest way to describe the smell of a meth lab is an incredibly strong ammonia smell that will literally feel like it can burn the hairs inside of your nose, right? So you could tell the moment you walked into a room where somebody was making meth. Sometimes you would cough right away if you didn't have a mask on you, or, you know, it would make your eyes water. Even the smaller labs really took care to put these small kind of hoods or fans right above their main reactions in order to port out the gases. And you'd have the cook and then the 1 or 2.
Alright, so, how do I screenshot my, fucking, guild, like, points I got from the guild war when the guy just deleted the guild? And the Discord. How's that work?
Two people were helping him make sure that this was done. So Airbnbs and short-term rentals are incredibly easy places to set this stuff up, because really all you need is a day or two of setup, manufacturing, and breakdown, and you can leave. You wouldn't really leave much of a mark as long as somebody had enough time to air out the space and the smell wasn't there anymore. The other thing that is incredible about using things like Airbnbs is you get to move from place to place, which is then really hard to detect, because even if a neighbor does notice that there's a pipe out of a window or something like that, you know, if it's only there for a day or two and then it leaves, nobody would know. All the labs that I saw were locally here in Los Angeles for a very long time. But when drug busts started happening in earnest in the late 90s and early 2000s of drug labs everywhere in Southern California, people started moving them outside of the city. And they gradually moved closer and closer to some of the supply sources they had for some of the ingredients, right? And so it was well known in farming communities for a while that you had to guard your nitrogen-rich fertilizer supplies, because meth dealers and manufacturers would go and steal kilos and kilos, if not, you know, truckfuls worth of this stuff, and then bring it back in order to be able to go manufacture their meth. The people that I knew that manufactured had at least one, I'll call it a lab, but what it really was either a van that was hollowed out in the back or a full RV. The idea, in a way, being that if you drive, then nobody can detect the fumes. The only thing that a lot of them forgot was that when you're driving, nothing is stable. A handful of them actually had to experience flare-ups and one actual explosion that I know of. Everybody that I saw manufacturing meth was using the ephedrine method. One of the first things you have to do is you have to get the ephedrine out of the Sudafed pills, right? And so then that ephedrine is put progressively into additional chemical interactions. In the end, what you end up with is essentially a large pot in most of these of a...
I hope everybody's taking notes, by the way. We're going to do a quiz at the end, and y'all are going to have to make an example.
clear liquid that has the solvents in it. And then the next step is really drying that product in order to get the end powder that is what everybody consumes. These were highly detailed, very protected recipes that were guarded by this cook with the same sort of zeal you hear about Coca-Cola guarding their original recipe, right? Because this was their leverage. The secrets were in limiting people's knowledge about how to do what was otherwise replicable. In a world of drug addiction and crime and sort of the underbelly of society, these cooks had standing. A Smurf was the name given essentially to a meth manufacturing runner. The most small-time dealers that I knew would employ 10, 15, even 20 Smurfs. So they would go out to the stores and buy the lye, they would go steal, whatever it is that was required for the manufacturing, especially going to pharmacy after pharmacy after pharmacy to secure individual packages of Sudafed. The idea of being able to go, run around, get some ingredients, work for a couple of days and make $10,000 or $15,000 was highly attractive. And so everybody was always trying to get their hand on a good recipe. There's absolutely a connection between the method of cooking the meth itself, the impurities that exist in it after, and actually the quality of the meth itself. So when I was starting out in the meth game in the late 1990s, there was this lore about P2P meth at the time. That was the stuff everybody wanted. That meth had a blue tint to it, so everybody was always looking for blue meth, which was what was so ironic about Breaking Bad when they started, introducing this story of blue meth, supposedly created by Walter. That was what I knew as the best meth you could get from the stories in my dealing days. The demand among my customers grew. My dealer couldn't really supply me anymore. So what ended up happening is we would go on together on deals. And we ended up going together to meet his dealer, a woman named who lived in downtown LA in a massive warehouse with about 12 other people. At the time, a pound went for about $10,000 or so. So they were pretty expensive pounds. I would come in to buy as much product as they could. I would leave there with, a pound and a half if they had really done a great job of manufacturing. And so they would be left with about $15,000 from me. There was a hierarchy. He always got paid in money and it was always cash. Once he got paid, you could tell that there were a couple of other people who actually got money and the rest of people literally relied on free meth supplies to do the work. The labs that I knew didn't get robbed. The drugs came in quickly and they left quickly because there was the need to distribute them in the moment that they were made. What did happen much more often was when drug dealers would actually get robbed. So after the drugs would get delivered, because they're going to have a supply on them. So the risk of being robbed actually happened much more often. Obviously, the dark web is a huge part of this to make it.
I'll be back in a little bit. Got a headache. I'm gonna lay down.